Why weren't you at elf practice?
Hello and welcome, ladies and gentlemen. Howdy do and Merry Christmas! It's Christmas almost. Well, it's not quite Christmas yet, but it's in a week. Less than a week now. Why weren't you at elf practice? Why aren't you at stream practice? Hi. Hello. Let me see who is here that I may say hello and welcome and Merry Christmas. Hello and welcome. Ouija, Teeter, SK Voight, Luna, J Does Stuff, Heavenly Angie, Gaming Yoshi Fanatic, Croy, and KG. Hello. Welcome. It's time for Christmas. I hope you guys are all doing well. Blade Fox 14, if I didn't say hello to you before, hello. I don't even remember the names as I read them off. That goes to show how good of a memory I've got. But yeah, I hope you guys are all doing well. My professionalism is on full display tonight with me forgetting to hit the go live button. And so me just having the music playing here thinking you guys are hearing it when you are in fact hearing nothing. But if that is the biggest issue that we face tonight, then that's really good. The memory sounds about as good as... What are we talking about? Huh? Where were you? My wife said. We couldn't miss our holiday. We'll telephone you to make sure you've arrived. But yeah. Oh, where were you? But yeah, I hope you guys are doing well. I had a good week this week. It was a good week. So last Saturday was my last technical planned day of work. And then we kind of left it... on the note of, if we call you to come in, come in. If we don't call you to come in, see you in the spring. And so, I did not get called in on Monday, and so I'm officially off work for the season, which is nice. I'm in my downtime, my off season now, between the end of the Christmas season and the beginning of the spring season in like April. So I'm gonna have a nice lot of free time on my hands. I'm gonna finally get to catch up on art. I'll finally finish Inktober, which if you didn't notice, it's December 20th, and I still haven't finished. And it's gonna be good, and all is gonna be well, and I'm very happy about it. But yeah, I hope you guys are all doing well. Yeah, what holiday is it? Easter. Yeah, see, that's Arbor Day. You know, Flag Day. I'm sure. That's the holiday we're celebrating in 5 days. Actually, today... Wait, let me double check. If I'm not mistaken... Let me double check. Tomorrow is the first day of winter. Let me just check. Yeah, tomorrow is the first day of winter, the 21st, the winter solstice, which is a marvelous day because it marks the point in the year where instead of the days getting shorter and the darkness growing with each day, it starts getting lighter and lighter. So that's also a happy thing. Normally winter is looked at as a time of when things are cold and dead and dull and desolate, when in actuality winter begins with things getting brighter, and that's good. We like that. You'll finally finish Inktober, my guy. Congrats. I know. I'm so close. I'm on day 27, I think. The next theme I have to do is Jumbo. I have to get through Christmas. I have to finish all my Christmas busyness, and then finally, it'll be time to finish it up. I still gotta decorate for Christmas, so you're not the only one who's late. I still haven't finished my art for my Christmas card this year. I've barely even started the sketch. So see, listen, 2024 was an absolutely bonkers year. It went by like a flash. This was a very busy year. There was a lot going on. There was a lot happening, and it zoomed by. And so I think we're all a little behind. I certainly am. And you know what? That's okay, because we're here and we're living and we're doing and we're going, and even though we're behind on things, we're still getting them done, and that's what's important. But yeah, I was gonna say something else, and it's already out of my brain. So you know what? Out of brain, out of mind. But yeah, I hope you guys are all looking forward to Christmas as much as I am. 2024 streaks back. 2024 the year, hog. You got the joke was close, Teeter. You almost had the joke. I thought I heard you say livid and not livin'. I mean, we could be livid with how much a certain internet service provider has been acting up lately. I could be livid, but you know what? It's Christmas. Why be livid when you can be jolly and merry? And that's what we're going to do and what we're going to be tonight. I'm livid about Mario. He called me Stinky, guys. Stinky! Hey, Stinky! Yeah, I'd be livid too if Super Mario came out of my TV and started calling me Stinky. I'd be mad too. I was gonna draw Bill in a Santa hat for Christmas, but I'm too busy with other arts at the moment. That's fine. Don't worry about it. No pressure. And didn't you draw that last year as well? I believe, yeah, you drew a Santa Bill and we put him on the sticker star overlay. So you could always just repost that and be like, hey guys, it's Bill for Christmas. Yeah. Yeah, I'm not gonna poke the bear tonight. Anyway, we have some reading tonight. We're doing some reading, much like how we read A Christmas Carol last year. I think it's kind of fun to have it be a tradition of reading Christmas-related literature on the last stream before Christmas. So that's what we're going to do tonight. We are reading E.T.A. Hoffmann's The Nutcracker and the Mouse King, the book which inspired the ballet, not the book that came after the ballet, because apparently there's two versions of the story. There is the original version of the story that was written prior to Tchaikovsky writing his masterful ballet, and then there is the book that came. Yeah, there's the book that came before, and the book that was more suited towards the ballet that came afterwards, and we're reading the book that came beforehand. So that's gonna be fun. I've never read it before. I've never read this before. Unlike A Christmas Carol, where I've read the book, I've seen 1,000,001 adaptations of it. It's my favorite Christmas story. This I've never read before, so that's going to be very exciting. I realized I forgot I have a light on or I'm supposed to have a light on above me so I can actually read. Give me 1 second to turn that on. All right, my light is on. I've seen the Nutcracker play a long time ago, and I didn't remember too much of it, so this will be fun. Quick, funny story. My mom and I were gonna do something earlier this week, and while I was getting ready, I was futzing with something, and while she was waiting for me to be ready, she was watching a version of the Nutcracker. And so I come out to the kitchen or the living room. I sit down and we're watching a bit of it together. We were gonna watch some Rankin Bass specials because I just bought this week a DVD collection of like all of the Christmas ones. And so my mom's watching the Nutcracker. I sit down for a second and I'm watching it with her. And who should appear but Macaulay Culkin, Macaulay Culkin himself, of Home Alone fame jump scared. And it was the funniest thing because I knew he was in a version of the Nutcracker, but I didn't know it was that version. So I lost it. I burst out laughing. Yeah. So we're gonna have fun. I got a nice little fireplace to put on, so we have a little background ambience. That'll be nice. Kind of like how with Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde we had some thunder and lightning rumbling in the background. Now we've got a fireplace. Figure that'll make it nice and cozy. Make it cozy for me, that's at least. But yeah. Only Nutcracker thing I remember is this weird CGI special with huge cheese castle? Ooh! I might start playing Mario and Sonic at the Olympics for DS. This is one of the new DS games I got. Very nice. I can't wait for Giddles to read about the Mouse King's 7 heads. On the cover of the book I have, he has multiple heads. I was unprepared for this. I thought that was artistic license. Or what do you mean that's in the book? Seen the Barbie adaptation of the Nutcracker. Nice. What if the fireplace is copyrighted? Then I'll cry. And also, hey, something is missing here, don't you think? I do think. I think something is missing from this here screen you're looking at. I think some appropriate art for the occasion is missing. Well, why don't we fix that? Bada boom! We have appropriate art for the occasion. The Mouse King legit had 7 heads. Frick. Daroch, you're missing a couple bobbins on your shoulders there, my guy. Okay. Can I send something funny for the fridge? Absolutely you may. You absolutely may. But yeah, we will get into reading. I will start reading book, and we will book, and it will be great. I played some songs of the Nutcracker with my orchestra some years ago, and I loved it. Ooh, very nice. Hydra Mouse? Hydraus? Missed opportunity for me to have just made it Landia. I mean, he's wearing the crown. I could have just made Daroch Landia, couldn't I? So this copy of the book I have, it goes, you open the cover, page 1 is the title, and then it just jumps straight into the book. There's no forward, there's nothing written on the inside of the cover. Let me know if you guys can actually even hear the fireplace. It's just bada bing. We're getting right into the book. Right into the book. I sent it. Okay. Let me have a quick look, see at what Gaming Yoshi Fanatic sent. And then we will dive into our reading material. And we will be good to go. Fireplace needs to be a tad louder. Okay. I'll make it a smidge louder. Let's see. You could have been funny and even just copy and paste Daroch's head. I can still do that. I don't feel like doing that. But I could. Let's have a quick little look, see at what Gaming Yoshi Fanatic sent. No. No, you can't do this to me. This is supposed to be a night of being merry and jolly, not a night of me feeling fear and remorse. Oh, image.png already exists. Nice. There we go. Just a bunch of letters. That's fine. I'll remember what this file is. Remember, therapist. Kazuya and Melee can't hurt you. Kazuya and Melee. He's real. He's in Melee. Nice. Okay. Now then, on with the show. You know what? You know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna Kazuya and Melee he's gonna go down in the bottom corner, and anybody who tunes in late is going to be very confused as to why Kazuya and Melee is down there. Is he a fully new character or just a Captain Falcon skin? I think it's just a Captain Falcon skin. I forget. That's Sherwood? Wait, what? Nutcracker. Yes, not me. That's Sherwood. Anyone who is late will get lightning god-fisted. Exactly. All right. I have my cider. I have my water. I have a tissue just in case. You never know. And without further ado, we shall begin. Oh, yeah. My scatterbrainness is always fun. Hello, Gina Bear. Welcome to the stream as well. Hello. Merry Christmas. As always, what we're going to do with this is we are going to, periodically, when we encounter new characters, we are going to give them new names. And we're going to swap their roles with the roles of other characters. So let me just pop in here. Character names. If you have any fun character names you may want to suggest, and we're going to encounter a character right off the gate here, feel free to put them in the Q&A, and I have a wheel prepared. Bark. Bark is already here. Look at that. There's Bark. And yeah. Opera GX. Oh, God bless Opera GX. I hope Opera GX has a Merry Christmas. During the long clay of the 24th of December, the children of Dr. Stahlbaum. Well, we've got a character already. We have a character already. We already have one. Fang, Bill Gray, Teeter, yes, me. Let me open up the wheel of names to put some names on the wheel. We've got Bark, Opera GX, Teeter, yes, him, Bill, and Fang. Spin the wheel. Who is the doctor? Who is the doctor? It's Fang. Very nice. Okay. He's already here. Fang is already in the story. Very nice. He's already in the story. So, bro did not go to medical school. Oh, no, sir. Random names for pre-existing characters or inserting any characters from anything. Any characters from anything. Whatever you think of, whatever you think is appropriate, whatever you want to put in. Feel free. Anybody. Everyone is here. During the long clay of the 24th of December, the children of Dr. Fang Stahlbaum were not permitted to enter the parlor, much less the adjoining drawing room. Let me roll. We have Frederick and Maria. Frederick and Maria are the next two characters. They're the next contestants on The Price is Right. Let me check if we've got any more names. Mama Luigi. Mama Luigi, baby. Mama Luigi. Mama Luigi. So first we will roll for Friedrich. We'll roll to see who Friedrich is amongst the people on the wheel currently. And then we'll roll for Maria. Of course, I could always be funny, and we could always override the wheel and make it Maria Robotnik. Melee Kazuya, good. Mario EXE, very nice. Okay, so let me put them on the wheel. Melee Kazuya, Mario.exe, Mamma Mia, Kirby. Okay. Spin for Friedrich. Who is Friedrich going to be? Friedrich is Mama Luigi to you, Mario. And then we'll see who Maria is. Who is so we've got Luigi. That's Mama Luigi to you, Mario. And Bark. Freddy Fazbear. Freddy Fazbear is going on the wheel. Okay, Bark. Bark is the little girl, of course. I would have it no other way. That's perfect. That's beautiful. Thank you. Thank you for the names. Alrighty. So, Bark is the cutest little girl. He is. It's true. Luigi and Bark sat nestled together in the corner of the back chamber. Dusky twilight had come, and they felt quite gloomy and fearful, for as was commonly the case on this night, no light was brought into them. Luigi, in great secrecy, and in a whisper, informed his little sister, because as we know, Bark is the little sister. Slee was only just 7 years old? Who is Slee? Huh? Their SLIE was just only 7 years. Okay. That ever since morning he had heard a rustling and a rattling, and now and then a gentle knock in the forbidden chambers. Not long ago, also, he had seen a little dark man with a large chest under his arm, gliding softly through the entry. But he knew very well that it was nobody but Grandfather. Who is the grandfather? Who is the grandfather? I'm going to have to start writing these down. Grandfather Freddy Fazbear? Nice. It's him, everybody. Aw, it's Freddy. Freddy's the grandpa. I imagine watching a play. You're doing great, Bark, sweetie. He is. I'm so proud of him. It was nobody but Grandfather Fazbear. Upon this, Bark clapped his little hands, because Bark has very small, dainty hands, together for joy, and exclaimed, "Oh, what beautiful things that Godfather Fazbear made for us this time." Counselor Fazbear was not a very handsome man. He was small and thin. He had wrinkles in his face. Actually, you know what? It fits. It fits that he's godfather, not grandfather, but it fits that Bark, a polar bear, would have an animatronic bear as his godfather. His wrinkles over his face. Over his right eye, he had a large black patch, and he was without hair, for which reason he wore a very nice white wig. This was made of glass, however, and was a very ingenious piece of work. The godfather himself was very ingenious also. He understood all about clocks and watches, and could even make them. Accordingly, line. Okay, either I bought a book with typos. I wrote awesome by mistake on the question thingy. That's okay. No worries. If you accidentally put something that isn't a name, listen, sometimes you accidentally send a message to Q&A, and that's fine. It happens. Accidents happen. Either I bought a book that has typos in it, or something, or I am having a stroke, because it should say when any of the beautiful clocks in Dr. Stahlbaum's house was sick. But instead it says Wlien, W-L-I-E-N, any of Tlie, T-L-I-E, beautiful clocks in Dr. Stahlbaum's house were sick. Oh boy. I probably should have proofread this before I decided, oh yeah, I'm gonna read this on stream. When any of the beautiful clocks in Dr. Fazbear's house were sick and could not sing, in Dr. Fang's house. I'm mixing up the names already. In Dr. Fang's house was sick and could not sing, Godfather Fazbear would have to attend them. He would then take off his glasses, wig, and pull off his brown coat, put on a blue apron, and pierce the clock with sharp-pointed instruments, which usually caused little Bark a great deal of anxiety. But it did the clock no harm. On the contrary, it became quite lively again, and began at once right merrily to rattle, and to strike, and to sing, so that it was a pleasure to all who heard it. Whenever he came, he always brought something pretty in his pocket for the children. Sometimes a little man who moved his eyes and made a one closed parentheses OW. I'm gonna guess it was supposed to be made a little bow. At others, a box, from which a little bird hopped out when it was opened. Sometimes one thing, sometimes another. When Christmas Eve came, When Christmas Eve came, he had always a beautiful piece of work prepared for them, which had cost him a great deal of trouble, and on the account it was always carefully preserved by their parents, after he had given it to them. I don't know which one. What a beautiful present our grandfather Fazbear made for us this time. exclaimed Maria, who was suddenly Luigi. It was Luigi's opinion that this time it could be nothing else than a castle, in which all kinds of fine soldiers marched up and down and went through their exercises. Other soldiers would come and try to break into the castle, but the soldiers within would fire off cannons very bravely, until all roared and cracked again. "No, no," cried Bark, interrupting him. "Godfather Fazbear has told me of a lovely garden where there is a great lake upon which beautiful swans swim about, with golden collars around their necks, and sing their sweet songs." Yeah, the G's. Some of the G's in these words are missing. "Then there comes a little girl, just like Bark, out of the garden down the lake, and coaxes the swans to shore and feeds them with sweet cake." "Swans never eat cake," interrupted Mama Luigi, somewhat roughly, and even Godfather Fazbear himself can make a whole garden. After all, we have little good of his playthings. They're all taken away right away from us. I like what Papa and Mama give us much better, for we can keep the presents for ourselves, and do as much as we please with them." The children now began once more to guess what it could be this time. Bark thought it was that Miss Trutchen, who's Miss Trutchen? Who's Miss Trutchen? Miss Trutchen is Teeter. Yeah, no, it's Bill. Never mind. Bark has a Bill plushie. That's canon now. Bark has a Bill plushie. Thought Bill was growing very old, for he fell almost every moment upon the floor, and more awkwardly than ever, which could not happen without leaving sad marks on his face. And as to the neatness in dress, this was now altogether out of the question for him. Scolding did not help the matter in the least. Luigi declared, on the other hand, that a bay horse was wanting in his stable, and his troops were very deficient in cavalry, and his papa very well knew. By this time it had become quite dark. Luigi and Bark sat close together, and did not venture again to speak a word. It seemed now as if soft wings rustled around them, and very distant but sweet music was heard in intervals. At this moment a shrill sound broke upon their ears, like cling, cling, cling. The doors flew wide open, and such dazzling light broke out from the great chamber, that with a loud exclamation, "Ah, 17? 17. The children stood fixed at the threshold, but Papa and Mama stood at the door, took them by the hand, and said, however Bark and Luigi's parents sound, come, dear children, and see what Christmas has brought you this year." Kind reader, or listener, whatever may be your name, that's in the book. That wasn't me. That's the book saying that. Whether we have more, oh my goodness, we have so many more people to add in. There's so many characters in this book. Let me see if you guys have any more names for me to add. Let's see. So after Kirby, we're adding Sonic EXE. Sure, Spooky Sonic is getting put on the wheel. Henry Gaming. King Dedede. Falco. Cuphead. Unemployed Intern. The Grinch. Bean. The Muffin Man of Dreary Lane. And Ben, my brother. My brother is on the wheel now. All right, spinning the wheel because we have so many more characters to add. Cuphead is one. There we go. We've got Cuphead. Oh, my mistake. This is not adding characters to the book. This is just talking to the reader. So you know what? We're gonna put we're gonna put Cuphead back on the wheel because he got removed. Okay. And Jay does stuff. Jay's getting added to the story as well. Okay, my mistake. I got too zealous with my name adding. Don't mind me. Don't mind my professionalism. Kind reader or listener, whatever your name may be, whether Frank, Robert, Henry, Anna, or Maria. That's why I thought we were adding 1,000,001 characters. I beg you to call to mind the table covered with your last Christmas gifts, as in their newest gloss they first appeared to your delighted vision. And you will then be able to reimagine the astonishment of the children as they stood with sparkling eyes, unable to utter a word for joy at the sight before them. At last, Bark called out with a deep sigh, because again, Bark is small Bark. And yet I'm gonna keep doing him with the deep Russian voice. Oh, how beautiful! Oh, how beautiful! And Luigi gave 2 or 3 leaps in the air, higher than he had ever done before. This is a very easy feat for Luigi. He's a very good boy at jumping. The children must have been very obedient and good children during the past year, for never on any Christmas Eve before had so many beautiful things been given to them. A tall fir tree stood in the middle of the room, covered with gold and silver apples, with sugar almonds, comfits, lemon drops, and every other kind of confectionery. Was that a thing? Did people put treats on the Christmas tree? I knew they put live candles.
You know, they put treats.
That was a thing?
Yeah.
That was Mom is the source. That was a thing.
Yeah.
I knew they put candles. That's a big fire hazard, but oh well. Hung like buds and blossoms upon all its branches. But the greatest beauty about this wonderful tree was the many little lights that sparkled amid its dark boughs, which like stars illuminated its treasures, or like friendly eyes seemed to invite the children to partake of its blossom and fruit. Yeah, people would put candy canes, but I never knew people put confectionaries and sweets. And cookies. Yeah. Also, Ouija says hello.
Oh, hi.
Yeah. My family puts candy. Yeah, well, actually, it's funny. We haven't put candy canes on the tree in years. We stopped doing that a while ago. But, you know what? No, that's a good point. Teeter also says hi.
Hi, Teeter.
The table under the tree shone and flushed with 1,000 different colors. Ah, what beautiful things were there. Who can describe them? Who can describe them? Maria spied the prettiest dolls, a tea set, all kinds of nice little furniture, and what eclipsed the rest, a silk dress tastefully ornamented with gay ribbons, which hung upon a frame before her, so that she could view it on every side. This she did too, and exclaimed over and over again. Bark is very, very happy about everybody's saying hi.
Hi, everybody.
Wish them all Merry... It's almost Christmas. Wish them Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas!
Mom says Merry Christmas. Okay. Bark is very excited about this dress. Let's see. The sweet, the dear frock. May I put it on? Yes. Yes, I may. Really, though? I might wear it? I'm just now picturing... Originally, I know KG had joked about, I'll make Bark the Sugar Plum Fairy, and I was envisioning that one TF2 loadout for the Heavy, where he has the little wings and the tutu. This is funnier. Making Bark the little girl is somehow funnier. In the meanwhile, Luigi had been galloping around and around the room, trying out his new bay horse, which, true enough, had been found fastened by its bridle in the stable. Dismounting again, he said it was a wild creature, but that was nothing. He would soon break him. I guess we're just riding a horse around the house. Okay. There's horse... Luigi here is really horsing around. Okay. He then reviewed his new regiment of hussars, who were very elegantly arrayed in red and gold, and carried silver weapons, and rode upon each bright shining horses. Another typo, would almost believe that they were pure silver. The children had now become somewhat more composed, and turned to the picture books, which lay open on the table, where all kinds of beautiful flowers and gaily dressed people, and boys and girls at play, were painted as natural as if they were alive. Yes, the children had just turned to these singular books, when cling, 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 the bell was heard again. They knew that Godfather Fazbear was now about to display his Christmas gift, and ran towards a table that stood against the wall, covered by a curtain reaching from the ceiling to the floor. The curtain behind which he had remained so which had remained so long concealed was quickly drawn aside. And what saw the children then? Let's see, just adding names of what I think would be hilarious. Nice. Well, Luigi does have a mansion. I guess he has a room for horses. Yeah, the horse room. Didn't you know? Yeah, my favorite part of Luigi's mansion is the part where you go into the stables and there's the ghost horse. I love that. That part's my favorite part in Luigi's mansion. Listen, if they make Luigi's Mansion 4, that would actually be kind of cool. Jerry the Swan, not to be mistaken with Jerry Janitor. May he rest in peace, Jerry the Swan. He will be missed. Tails, Elmo, Spy from TF2, the Spy from TF2. This is such a big wheel. I love it. It's amazing. Let me go back to live chat now. I am the Spy. Luigi's Mansion with a haunted subway. Yes, please. Please give me... Listen, the train boss in Luigi's Mansion 2 was a nice preview. I want more. Give me more trains in my Luigi's Mansion. Upon a green meadow spangled with flowers stood a noble castle, with clear glass windows and golden turrets. A musical clock began to play when the doors and windows flew open. The little men and women with feathers in their hats and long flowing trains were seen sauntering about in the room. In the middle hall, which seemed as if it were all on fire. So many little tapers were burning in silver chandeliers. There were children in white frocks and green jackets, dancing to the sound of the music. A man in an emerald green cloak at intervals put his head out of the window, nodding and then disappearing. And Godfather Fazbear himself, only that he was not much bigger than Papa's thumb, came now and then to the door of the castle, looked about him, and then went in again. Luigi, with his arms resting upon the table, gazed at the beautiful castle, and little walking and dancing figures, and then said, "Godfather Fazbear, let me go into your castle." The counselor gave him to understand that could not be done, and he was right, for it was foolish of Luigi to think he could go into the castle, which, with all its golden turrets, was not as high as his head. Luigi saw that likewise himself, after a while, as the men and women kept walking back and forth, and the children danced, and the Emerald Man looked out at his window. And Godfather Fazbear came to the door, and all without the least challenge. Luigi called out impatiently, Godfather Fazbear, come out this time at the door!" The counselor. Who was the counselor again? Did we establish who the counselor was? I know the doctor is Fang. Right? We're rolling for who is the counselor. What if Luigi inherits in other locations? Like Luigi's Mall, Luigi's Garden, Luigi's Dojo, Luigi's McDonald's? How about Luigi's golf course? Luigi in Castlevania now? Yes. Kirby! Kirby is here! Kirby is the counselor. Counselor Kirby. Do you not get mine? Or are you still reading the names off? I am. I'm adding them to the wheel. If I missed one, I'll double check. Kirby is the counselor. Counselor Kirby. I'm occasionally popping in and out checking the Ronald McDonald. Ronald McDonald. Ronald McDonald. From McDonald Land. Thank you, Jay. I'm glad you got me to double check that. All right. Kirby is the counselor. I have to try and do a Kirby voice. That's Oh dear. Oh golly, I have to try and do a Kirby voice. That can never be done, dear Fred, said the counselor Kirby, or dear Luigi. Well then, continued Mamma Luigi, let the green man who peeps out of the window in and out walk about with the rest. And that can never be done, rejoined Kirby. Then the children must come down, cried Mamma Luigi. I want to see them nearer. Oh, that can never be done, I say, replied Kirby, a little out of humor. And as the mechanism made, so it must remain. So, cried Luigi in a drawling tone. All that can be made. Listen, Godfather Fazbear, if your little dressed-up figures in the castle there can do anything else, but always the same thing, they're not good for Roch, and I care very little about them. Now give me my hussars, who I can maneuver backwards and forwards as I order them, and are not I hope this isn't a typo. And who are not shut up in the house. It's S-H-A-T. I swear, that's how it's said. Squeaky? Okay, I'll try. Squeakier. Yes, with this, he darted towards a large table, drew up his regiment upon their silver horses, and let them trot and gallop. Mama Luigi is kind of a spoiled brat. Are my names going through? Because I'm sending Boko and the Wi-Fi is spotty. Let me see. If not, I'm adding Boko to the list. Boko. I see Boko. Boko is going on. Boko! Burger King. Thank you, Teeter. There's so many names on this list. Oh my goodness. This is great. This is the best. This is the best way to celebrate Christmas, right? Now. Bark also had softly stolen away, for he was too soon tired of sauntering and for he too was soon tired of the dancing puppets in the castle. But as he was very amiable and good, he did not wish to be observed so plainly in him as it was his brother Luigi. Counselor Drosselmeyer. Which one is? Wait, is Drosselmeyer? Okay, it's the term. It keeps either calling Drosselmeyer or who is Freddy, either counselor or godfather, which genuinely threw me off. Hermie is going on the list. So I guess we'll put Kirby back on the list because I assigned Kirby to a character that already existed. Kirby's back on the list. Hermie's on the list. He doesn't want to make toys. He wants to be a dentist. Counselor / Godfather Fazbear turned to the parents and said, somewhat angrily, and now for me to attempt Freddy voice. And a genius work like this was not made for stupid stupid! Freddy, be nice! They're just kids! Stupid children. I'll put up my castle again and carry it home. But their mother now stepped forward and desired to see the secret mechanism and curious works by which the little figures were set in motion. The counselor took it all apart and then put it all back together again. And while he was employed in this manner, he became good-natured once more. Listen, tinkering with things can always put me in a good mood. While he was employed in this manner, he became and gave the children some nice brown men and women with gilt faces, hands, and feet. They were all made of sweet-horn and smelt like gingerbread. Gingerbread man, nice. At which Luigi and Bark were greatly delighted. At her mother's request, the elder sister... Who is the elder sister? The elder sister is... Hermie! He's sick of the children. Freddy has had enough of these children. Freddy is sick and freaking tired of children. That's all he does in his business is deal with children. The elder, I guess, brother now, Hermie, had put on the new dress which had been given to him, and he looked most charming in it. But Bark, when it came his turn, thought he would like to look at his a little while longer as it hung. This was readily permitted. The truth is, Bark was unwilling to leave the table then, because he had discovered something upon it, which no one had yet remarked. By the marching out of Luigi's hussars, who had been drawn up close to the tree, a curious little man, accompanied by a curious little rocking horse, came into view, who stood there silent and retired, as if he were waiting quietly for his turn to be noticed. It must be confessed, a great deal could not be said in favor of the beauty of his figure, for not only was his rather broad, stout body out of all proportion to the little slim legs that carried it, but his head was far too large for it either. A genteel dress went a great way to compensate for these defects, and led to the belief that he must be a man of taste and good breeding. He wore a hussar's jacket of beautiful bright violet, fastened together with white loops and buttons, pantaloons of exactly the same color, and the neatest boots that ever graced the foot of a student or an officer. They fitted as tight to his little legs as if they were painted on. It was laughable to see that in addition to this handsome apparel, he hung upon his back a narrow, clumsy cloak that looked as if it were made of wood, and upon his head he wore a woodsman's cap. But Bark remembered that Godfather Fazbear wore an old shabby cloak and an ugly cap, and still he was their dear, dear godfather. Maria could not help thinking so, that if Godfather Fazbear were in other respects as well dressed as this little fellow, yet after all he would not look half as handsome as he. The longer Bark gazed upon the little man with his little fox ears and tail, who he had been taking a liking to at first, the more he was sensible how much good-natured and friendliness was the expressiveness of his features. Nothing but kindness and benevolence shone in his clear green, though somewhat too prominent eyes, or brown rather, somewhat too prominent eyes. And it was very becoming to the man that he wore about his chin a nicely trimmed beard of white cotton, for by his sweet smile upon his deep red lips, which rendered much more striking. "Ah, dear father," exclaimed Bark at last, "to whom belongs that charming little man by the tree there?" I think we got... Oh, did we miss anything? Let me make sure I have a good view of OBS. 4 suggestions for names. Let me have a look-see. Let me have a little look-see. Let's see. We're adding to the wheel. We've got... Ty the Tasmanian Tiger. Ty. Sonic Recolor OC. Kermit. Fox. Ryu from Streets. He likes wheat bread. From Streets. And Rudolph. These are good suggestions right here. All right, back to the reading. Now that we have bolstered the amount of names on the list. Let's see. And you know what? We'll roll for who the father is. Who is Papa? Just so I have a voice to work with. Who's Dad? He likes stale bread. Water without any ice. Fox! Fox McCloud is Dad. Wow, that's amazing. Fox McCloud is the father of Luigi and Bark. That's amazing. He shall work industrially for he'll work industrially for you all, dear children, said the father. He can crack the hardest nuts with his teeth, and he belongs as well to Hermie as to you and Luigi. With these words, the father took him carefully from the table, and raised up his wooden cloak, whereupon the little man stretched his mouth wide open, and showed 2 rows of very white, sharp teeth. At the father's bidding, Bark put in a nut, and crack! The man bit it in 2, and so that the shell fell off, and Bark caught the sweet kernel in her hand. Bark and the other children were now informed that this dainty little man, this little fox, came of the family of Nutcrackers, and practiced the profession of his forefathers. Bark was overjoyed at what he heard, and his father said, "Well, Bark, since friend Nutcracker is so great a favor to yours, I place him under your particular care, and keeping although, as I said before, Hermie and Luigi shall have much right to his services as you." Bark took him immediately in his arms, and set him to cracking nuts. But he picked out the smallest, and the little fellow need not stretch his mouth so wide, which in truth was not very becoming to him. Hermie sat down by Bark, and friend Nutcracker must perform the service for him too, which he seemed to do quite willingly, and he kept smiling all the while very pleasantly. In the meantime, Luigi had become tired of riding and parading his hussars, and when he heard the nuts crack so merrily, he ran to his brothers, and laughed very heartily at the droll little man, who now, since Luigi had a share in the spot, passed from hand to hand, and thus there was no end to his labor. Luigi always chose the biggest and hardest of the nuts, and when all at once crack, crack, crack it went, and 3 teeth fell out of the Nutcracker's mouth. Ow! Jeez Louise, Luigi, be careful. Sherwood's losing teeth here. Nuts. I think you're nuts. Please let the Marcus ending be canon. Mario and Luigi are furries. Apparently. Yeah. Oh. Well, I mean, that fits, though. I mean, if Fox McCloud is Luigi's dad, that fits, because when Luigi gets the Tanuki suit, he becomes a fox. So, I mean, you know, I'm just saying. I mean, he's canonically a father, too. It's true. Let's see. And his whole underjaw became loose and rickety. "Oh, my poor Nutcracker," said Bark, and snatched him out of Luigi's hands. "That stupid fellow," said Luigi. "He wants to be a Nutcracker, and his poor teeth. He doesn't understand his trade. Give it to me, Bark. He'll crack nuts for me if he loses all of his teeth, and his whole chin into the bargain." YVT. Oh, why they make such a fuss about such a small fellow? "No, no," exclaimed Bark, weeping. "You shall not have my dear Nutcracker. See how sorrowfully he looks at me, and show him his poor mouth. But you are a hard-hearted fellow. You beat your horses. Yes. And lately you had one of your soldiers shot through the head. Jeez Louise, these children are violent with their imaginations." "That's all right," said Mama Luigi, "though you don't understand it. But Nutcracker belongs as much to me as to you. Now let me have him." Bark began to cry bitterly, and rolled up the sick Nutcracker as quickly as he could in her little pocket handkerchief. Then, their parents now came up with Godfather. Wow, I'm doing so good keeping up with the reading. Their parents now came up with Godfather Fazbear. The latter, to Bark's great distress, took Luigi's part. But their father said, "I've placed the Nutcracker expressly under Bark's protection, and as I see that he is now greatly in need of it, I give her full authority over him, and now no one must dispute it. Besides, I wonder at Luigi, that he should require farther duty from one who has maimed that he should require farther duty from one who is maimed in his service. As a good soldier, he ought to know that the wounded are not expected to take their place in rank." Luigi was much ashamed, and without troubling himself farther about Nuts or the Nutcracker, stole around to the opposite end of the table, where his hussars, after stationing suitable outposts, had encamped for the night. Bark collected together the Nutcracker's lost teeth, tied up his wounded chin with a nice white ribbon, which she had taken from his dress, and then wrapped up the little fellow more carefully than ever in his handkerchief, for he looked very pale and frightened, and thus he held him, rocking him back and forth in his arms like a little child. And while he looked over the beautiful pictures of the new picture book, which he found among his other Christmas gifts, fun fact, apparently nutcrackers are apparently terrible for cracking nuts. Yeah, they're wood. I remember my mom had some when we were kids. When I was a kid, my mom had like 3. And we were taught that, these aren't really for their namesake. These are more for decoration. And so they were decorative. Luigi will defend the Lilac system, especially in case Dash Bowman turns evil like his grandpa. I hope peeps noticed my niche command references. I did. Poor Bark. Boy is sad in every world. It's true. When does Bark get to have nice things? Let Bark have nice things. That's what I say. Contrary to his usual disposition, he showed some ill temper towards, and now it's just calling him father, towards Father Fazbear, who kept continually laughing at her. The har-hars. It's the har... See? It is really pretty. He's hurting, Hello, Tikal the Echidna. Welcome to the stream. Strictly for display only. You play with him too much, and he's not gonna last. Let's see. Kept laughing at him and asked again and again how it was that he liked to caress such an ugly little fellow. How they're being so mean to Sherwood. Sherwood is the Nutcracker. Why are you being so mean to him? He's not ugly. He's just a little man. Let's see. The singular comparison with Fazbear, which she made when her eyes first fell upon the Nutcracker, now came again into his mind, and he said very seriously, "Who knows, dear godfather, if you were dressed up like this sweet Nutcracker, and had on such a bright little boots, who knows but you would then be as handsome as he is." Bark could not tell why his parents laughed so loudly at this, and why the counselor's face turned so red. And Lai, for his part, did not laugh. Oh, and he, for his part, did not laugh so heartily this time as he had done more than once before. It is likely there was some particular reason for it. Chapter 3, Wonders Upon Wonders. See, poor Sherwood, taking so much abuse from these children. Yeah! Listen, it's not Sherwood's fault that he's made of wood, and that Luigi doesn't know how to handle things nicely. It's not his fault. Let's see. They actually have some symbolism in traditional folk art. Do they? Do they have symbolism? I didn't know that. Let's see. In the sitting room of the doctor's house, just as you enter the room, there stands... Oh! How stupid of me! Okay, I'm putting Fox back on the wheel. I'm putting Fox back on the wheel because I just realized Fox is serving a dual role here. It's Fang. Fang is the father. I forgore. Fox is going back on the wheel. This version of the book has some typos that are perplexing me. But we're going to get through it. It's a little quirky, but we're going to get through it. For example, there's just I'm looking forward a little, and there's just a random degrees symbol coming up. So that's fun. Don't let Luigi near my train collection. Yeah, keep Luigi away from the trains. In the sitting room of the doctor's house, just as you enter the room, there stands on the left hand, close against the wall, a high... something case, which I genuinely don't know what that word is, because there are... Oh, a high glass case. Maybe it's glass? I think it's glass. In which the children preserve all the beautiful things which are given to them every year. Hermie was quite a little boy with his father, when his father had the case made by a skillful joiner, who set in such large clear panes of glass, and arranged all the parts so well together that everything looked much brighter and handsomer when on its shelves than when it was held in the hands. On the upper shelf, which Bark and Luigi were unable to reach, stood all of Godfather Fazbear's curious machines. Immediately below this was a shelf for the many picture books. The two lower shelves, Bark and Luigi, filled up as they pleased, but it always happened that Bark used the lower one as a house for his dolls, while Luigi, on the contrary, cantoned his troops in the one above. Cantoned? Let's see, thank you. Oh, let's see. Gotta go a bit earlier today since I'm taking the train back to my hometown for Christmas tomorrow. So I'll go for now. But have a great night, y'all. And thank you for the great stream as usual, Gideon. No problem, Gaming Yoshi Fanatic. Thank you very much, as always, for tuning in. Have a great night. Get some good rest. I hope your train ride goes well tomorrow. And Merry Christmas. Thank you very much for tuning in. Let's see. I find this fascinating. These kids aren't even allowed to play with their own gifts. The parents are like, oh, that's a nice Christmas gift you got there, Maria. Let's put that in the glass case where you'll never get to touch or play with it. There you go. And so it happened today. For a while, Luigi set his hussars in the order above. Bark, having laid Bill aside, because remember, Bill is the doll, and having installed the new and sweetly dressed doll in his best furnished chamber below, had invited himself to tea with her. I have said that the chamber was well furnished, and it is true. There was a nice chintz sofa and several tiny chairs. There stood a tea table, but above all, there was a clean white little bed for her doll to repose upon. All these things were arranged in one corner of the glass case, the sides of which were hung with gay pictures, and it was readily but supposed that in such chamber the new doll, who we shall roll for the name of, they're acting like 30-year-old collectors, they are, and this was wrote in the 1800s. The new doll, Henry Gaming, is the new doll. Nice. Henry Gaming. Hey, I'm 17 and I act like this. Yeah, but still, you don't deny children their Christmas presents. Let's see, since nutcrackers are typically designed as soldiers, they symbolize good luck and frighten off malevolent spirits. Ooh, very nice. All right. The new doll, Henry Gaming, must have found himself very comfortable. Yes, Bark got a Gauge 1 Henry for Christmas. And now we enter the chapter properly named Nutcracker and the Mouse King. It was now late in the evening, and night indeed was close at hand. And Godfather Fazbear had long since gone home, yet still the children could not leave the glass case, although their mother repeatedly told them that it was high time to go to bed. It is true, cried Luigi at first. The poor fellows, meaning his hussars, would like to get a little rest, and as long as I am here, not one of them will dare to nod. I know that. With these words, he went up to bed. But Bark begged very hard. Only leave me here a little while, dear mother. I have 2 or 3 things to attend to, and when they are done, I will go immediately to bed. Bark was a very good and sensible children, and therefore his mother could leave him alone with his playthings without anxiety. But for fear he might become as much interested in his new doll, Henry Gaming, and other presents as to forget the lights which burned around the glass case, his mother blew them all out, and left only the lamp, which hung down from the ceiling in the middle of the chamber, and which diffused a soft, pleasant light. Come in. We'll roll for who the mother is. I just realized we haven't rolled for who Mom is. It's a limited time Tomy train. Exactly. It's a play rail. Well, so we got Fox again. So I guess Fox and Fang are they're married now. Fox and Fang are married now, and the kids are Bark and Luigi. Okay, you know what? All right. I mean, I can make it Crystal instead. I could do that. We could do that. We could put. How about this? I'll leave this up to you guys. Here's an idea. Since what do? Leave it as it is, or put Fang back on the list and make it Fox and Crystal who are the parents. New crack ship. The ultimate ship, one of the handsome. No, it's funny. All right, we're leaving it as it is then. Fox X Fang. I don't even know what that ship name would be, but it's the new crack ship. Fox is the mom here. Come in soon, dear Bark. or you'll not be up in time tomorrow morning. Called his mother. Fox is the mom now. We couldn't get any female actors to play. Facts. Oh. And she went up to bed. He went up to bed. There was something Bark had at heart to do, which he had not told his father. Excuse me. Though he knew not the reason why, and as soon as he found himself alone, he went quickly about it. He was still carried in her arms he was still carried in his arms, the wounded Nutcracker, rolled up in his pocket handkerchief. Now he laid him carefully upon the table, unrolled the handkerchief softly, and examined his wound. The Nutcracker was very pale, but still he smiled so kindly and sorrowfully that it went straight to Bark's heart. Oh, Nutcracker, do not be angry at brother Luigi, because he hurt you so. He did not mean to be so rough. It is the wild soldier's life with the hussars that made him a little hard-hearted. But otherwise he is good fellow. I can assure you. Now I will tend you very carefully, until you are well and merry again. As to fastening your little teeth and setting your shoulders, that Godfather Fazbear must do. He understands such things. But Bark was hardly able to finish the sentence, for as he mentioned the name of Fazbear, friend Nutcracker made a terribly wry face, and there darted out something in his eyes like green sparkling flashes. Bark was just going to fall into a dreadful fright, when behold! It was the sad smiling face of the honest Nutcracker again, which he saw before him. And he knew that it must be the glare of the lamp, which stirred above the draught. Which, stirred by the draught, had flared up, and distorted the Nutcracker's features so strangely. I am not a foolish boy, he said, to be so easily frightened, and to think that a wooden puppet could make faces at me. But I love Nutcracker too well, because he is so droll and so good-tempered. Therefore he shall be taken good care of as he deserves. With this, Bark took friend Nutcracker into his arms, walked to the glass case, stooped down, and said to Henry Gaming, Pray, Henry Gaming, be so good as to give up your bed to the sick wooden Nutcracker, and make as well as you can with the sofa. Remember that you are well and hearty, or you would not have such fat red cheeks, and very well little dolls have such nice, and very few dolls have such nice sofas. Listen, Bark, clearly you do not understand Henry Gaming. Clearly you do not understand Henry Gaming. Henry is sick. That's like, he's sickly. That's like his whole character shtick for the first few episodes. We forgot Corson? Corson's going on the list. Corson is going on the list. Corson. Spinny. Mavis the Fiddlesticks. Mavis the Fiddlesticks. Mickey Mouse. There's so many names on this list. It's beautiful. All right. Live chat. she's not the father. All right. Henry Gaming, in his lovely green paint and red stripes, looked very grand and haughty, but would not have said Mach 1? Again, this is one of those weird typos. But why? But why should I stand upon the ceremony V? Oh, wait, no. But why should I stand upon ceremony V? Said Bark. And she took at the bed, laid the little Nutcracker down upon it softly, and gently rolled a nice ribbon which she wore around her waist, about his waist, about his poor shoulders, and then drew the bedcloths over him snugly. Tuck the fox in. Tuck him into bed gently. Give Henry Gaming his special coal, or would it be special nuts in this case? Correct! Should take a screenshot of the spinner. You know what? I will. Let me just, I'll put that in the fridge. Let's see. Tuck the fox in. About his poor shoulders, and then drew the bedclothes over him snugly, so that he was... And that's going in the fridge. And bada bing. Show us the wheel actually. I want to see how it looks. It's in the fridge. There might be some minor typos in there. Let's see. Where was I? He shan't stay. He shan't stay with naughty Henry, he said, and raised the bed with the Nutcracker in it to the above shelf, and placed it close by the pretty village, where Luigi's hussars were quartered. He locked the case, and was about to go up to bed, when, listen, children, when softly, softly, it began to rustle, and to whisper, and to rattle round and round, and under the hearth, behind the chairs and behind the cupboards, the glass case. The great clock read a word louder and louder, but it could not strike. Bark turned towards it, and there the large and above the large glit owl that... I'm sorry, I'm failing to understand some of the terminology here. And above the large glit owl that sat on the top had dropped down its wings, so that they covered the whole face, and it stretched out its ugly head with a sort of crooked beak, and looked just like a cat. And the clock whirred louder and louder and louder in plain words. It ticked and talked incessantly. Oh, it's actually reading. Never mind. The clock is actually saying something. I thought they were just adding onomatopoeia. Not enough names? Yes. Better put in 150 Pokemon! The entire Gen 1 dex. It looked just like a cat, and the clock whirred and louder in plain words. Tickery-tock, tickery-tock, tickery-tock. Softly the clock, Mouse King is a fine ear. Tickery-tock, tickery-tock, the old song let him hear. Tickery-tock, tickery-tock, or he might run away in fright. Now clock strike softly and light. And pum pum it went with a dull dreading sound 12 times. Bark Besran, B-E-S-R-A-N. Besran now to tremble with fear. Oh, began. Bark began. The G is an S-R. Cool. Bark began now to tremble with fear, and he was upon the point of running out of the room in terror, when he beheld Godfather Fazbear, who sat in the owl's place on the top of the clock, and had hung down the skirts of his brown coat like wings. But he now took courage, and cried out loudly with sobs, "Godfather Fazbear! Godfather Fazbear! What are you doing up there? Come down! Do not frighten me so, you naughty, naughty man!" Just then, a wild squeaking and whispering broke out on all sides, and then there was running, trotting, and galloping behind the walls, as if 1,000 little feet were in motion, and 1,000 little lights flashed out of the crevices in the floor. But they were not lights, no, they were sparkling little eyes, and Bark perceived that the mice were all around, peeping out and working their way into the room. Presently it went trotting, trotting, and trotting about the chamber, and more mice in greater or smaller parties galloped across, and at last placed themselves in a line and column, just as Luigi was accustomed to placing his soldiers when they went to battle. This, Bark thought, was very droll, and as he had not the aversion to mice which most children have, his terror was gradually leaving him. When all at once there arose a squeaking so terrible and piercing that it seemed as if ice cold water had poured down his back. Ah, what now did she see? See, Bark is so used to working with Corson, right? Bark is so used to being around Corson that he's not afraid of mices. He does not fear the meese. Hello, Ethan Lehman. Welcome to the stream. His heart had before beat so terribly from the anxiety and fear that he thought it would leap out of his bosom, and then he knew he must die. But now it seemed as if the blood stood still in his veins. Half fainting, he tottered backwards, when clattering and clattering and clattering and rattling it went, and a glass pane clatter and clatter and rattle it went, and a glass pane which she had struck with her elbow fell in pieces at his feet. He felt at that moment a sharp pain in his left arm, but his heart all at once became much lighter. He heard no more squeaking and squealing. All had become still, and although he did not dare to look, yet he believed that the mice, frightened by the clatter of the broken glass, had retreated into the holes. But what was that again? Close behind him in the glass case, a strange bustling and rustling began, and little fine voices were heard. Up, up, awake, arms take awake to fight, this night, up, up to the night. And all the while something rang out, clear and sweet little bells. And that is my clear musical clock, exclaimed Bark joyfully, and turned quickly to look. I must take a quick drink for my throat's sake. He then saw how it flashed, and lightened strangely in the glass case. And there was a great stir and bustle upon the shelves. Many little figures crossed up and down by each other, and worked and stretched out their arms as if they were making ready. And now Nutcracker raised himself all of a sudden, threw the bedclothes clear off, and leaped with both feet at once out of the bed, crying aloud, "Crack, crack, crack! Oh, stupid pack! Drive mouse back, stupid pack! Crack, crack, mouse back! Crickety, crack! Stupid pack!" With these words he drew his little, Sherwood in the art that I prepared doesn't have a sword. He has a halberd, because halberds are cool. So I'm giving the Nutcracker a halberd in the story. With these words, he drew his little axe, flourished it in the air, and exclaimed, "My loving vassals, friends and brothers, will you stand by me in the hard fight? Straightway 3 scramouches, a harlequin, 4 chimney sweepers, 2 guitar players, and a drummer. This is not in quotes? Straightway 3 scaramouches, a harlequin, 4 chimney sweeps, 2 guitar players, and a drummer cried out, 'Yes, my lord, we will follow you with fidelity and courage. We will march with you to battle, to victory or death.' And then rushed after the fiery Nutcracker, who ventured the dangerous leap down from the upper shelf. It was very easy for them to perform their feat, for beside the fine garments of thick cloth and silk which they wore, the inside of their bodies were made of cotton and tow, so that they came down plump like bags of wool. But poor Nutcracker had certainly broken his arms or his legs, for remember, it was almost 2 feet from the shelf where he stood to the floor, and his body was as brittle as if he had been cut out of linden wood. Yes, the Nutcracker would certainly have broken his arms and legs if, for at that moment which he leapt, Henry Gaming had not sprung quickly from the sofa and caught the hero with his drawn halberd in his soft tender, the coal in the tender, not his soft arms. Nope. Ah, thou dear Henry Gaming. Oh no. Oh, thou dear Henry Gaming, sobbed Bark. Now I have wronged thee. Thou didst certainly resign thy bed willingly to the little Nutcracker. But Henry Gaming now spoke, as he softly pressed the young hero to the coal in his bunker. You will not, oh my lord, sick and wooden as you are, share the brave... I'm failing to do a good Henry voice. You will not, oh my lord, sick and wounded as you are, share the dangers of the fight. So how you brave vessels assembled themselves, eager for the fray, and certainly of conquest. Scaramouche, Harlequin, chimney sweepers, guitar players, drummers, are all ready and drawn up below, and the china figures on the shelf stir and move strangely. Will you not, oh my lord, repose upon the sofa, or from my arms look down upon your victory? Thus spoke Henry Gaming. But Nutcracker deemed himself very ungraciously, for he kicked and struggled so violently with his legs that Henry was obliged to set him quickly down onto the floor. And he then, however, dropped gracefully upon one knee and said, Fair lady, and the recollection of thy favour and condescension will go with me into battle and the strife. Honestly, I just sent whatever names I thought were funny. I don't even remember what I sent anymore. Let's have a look. Let's catch up on the names, shall we? Who's getting added to the wheel? If YouTube chat would load. YouTube chat is currently frozen. Nice. I wish to see the names, YouTube. Show me the names. Here we go. Let's see. Santa Claus, Mewtwo. Okay. Goofy. Mewtwo. Mr. Drippy. Bark. We're putting Bark on the list again. Bark is going back on the wheel again. James, the red-nosed engine. He might can actually do a good voice, decent voice for it. James, the red-nosed engine. There we go. Alrighty. Let's see. Area is so loud I'm trying to hear as much as I can, even with earbuds. Hope it lessens down soon. Oh, I'm sorry, Luna. Well, no pressure, no worry. I remember, like, the Barbie adaptation, half of the movie that the Nutcracker, he had a broken arm, and they literally had to flee into some fantasy world of sorts. Well, unless that's the ballet, we're going to find out if that really happens in the book. Because we're not even, like, halfway through yet, so... Let's see. Henry stooped so low that he could take... Henry stooped so low that he could take him by the arm, raised him gently from the knees, and took off his... bespangled... what would that apply to for a steam engine? Well, Henry's wearing a bespangled girdle now, and was about to throw it around his neck. But little Nutcracker stepped 2 paces backwards, laid his hand gently upon his shoulder, and said very earnestly, Not so, fair lady. Lavish not thy favours thus upon me, for... He stopped, sighed heavily, tore off the ribbon which Bark had wound about his shoulders, pressed it to his lips, and hung it around him like a scarf, and then boldly flourishing his bright little axe, leaped like a bird over the edge of the glass case upon the floor. You understand, my kind and good readers and listeners, that Nutcracker, even before he had thus come to life, had felt very sensibly the kindness and love which Bark had showed towards him, and it was because he had become so partial to him that he would not receive and wear the girdle from Henry Gaming, although it shone and sparkled so brightly. And the true and faithful Nutcracker preferred to wear Bark's simple ribbon. But what will now happen as soon as Nutcracker had leaped out, the squeaking and whistling was heard again. Ah, it is under the large table. And then the hateful mice had concealed their countless bands, and high above them all towers of the dreadful mouse with 7 heads. What will now happen? Beat the march, true vassal drummer one, screamed the Nutcracker very loudly, and immediately the drummer began to rattle, and to roll upon his drum so skilfully that the windows of the glass case trembled and hummed again. Now it rustled and clattered therein, and Bark perceived the corners of the little boxes in which Luigi's army were quartered were bursting open, and now the soldiers leaped out and then down again upon the lowest shelf, where they drew up in fine array. Nutcracker ran up and down, squeaking inspiring words to his troops. "Let no dog or of a trumpeter blow or stir," he cried angrily, for he was afraid he should not be heard. And then he turned quickly to the Harlequin, who had grown a little pale and chattered with his long chin. Who will the Harlequin be? We will find out. Let's see. That happened before the quarter of that movie, Gideon? Oh, I mean, as in, like, he had broken his arm for, like, during half the movie. Oh! Nice! Who needs a functioning arm, right? Who needs it? Corson! Corson is the one. It's Corson. She's the Harlequin. I don't even know what a Harlequin is. Genuinely, I don't know what that is. Who had grown a little pale and chattered with her long chin. "General," she said earnestly, "I know your courage and your experience. There is a need now for a quick eye and skill to seize the proper moment. I entrust to your command all the cavalry and artillery. You do not need a horse, for you have very long legs and can gallop yourself tolerably well. I look to see... Wait. I'm sorry, this is the Nutcracker talking to... Well, either way. Let me reread that, because that's the Nutcracker reading. "I know your courage and experience. There is need now for a quick eye, and skill to seize the proper moment. I entrust to your command all cavalry and artillery. You do not need a horse, for you have very long legs and can gallop yourself tolerably well. I look to see you do your duty." Thereupon Harlequin put her long, thin fingers to her mouth, and the crowd so piercingly that it sounded as if 100 shrill trumpets were blown merrily. Look at that. Look at that. Isn't a Harlequin like a jester for a king? That fits. That fits for Corson. She's commanding the troops to battle. Then it stirred again in the glass case, and neighing and whining and stamping was heard. And see, Luigi's crusaders and dragoons, but above all, his new splendid hussars, marched out and halted closely by the case. Regiment after regiment now defiled before the Nutcracker, with fiery colors and warlike music, and ranged themselves in a long row across the floor of the chamber. Before them went Luigi's cannon, rattling along, surrounded by the cannoneers, and soon, boom, boom it went. And Bark could see how the mice suffered by the fire, how the sugar plums plunged into their dark, heavy masses, covering them with white powder, and throwing them more than once into a shameful disorder. But the greatest damage was done then by the heavy battery that was mounted upon Mamma's footstool. You know, Mamma, Fox McCloud, the mom. Which Puny kept up steadily fire of his caraway seeds against the enemy. but by which a great many of them fell. The mice, notwithstanding, came nearer and nearer, and at last mastered some of the cannon. And then it went purr, purr, and Bark could scarcely see what now happened, for the smoke and dust. For this was certain, that each... Does this link work to send? I see no such link, my friend. She is a mouse following another mouse who's acting like a rat. For soon each corps fought with the greatest animosity, and the victory was for a long time doubtful. The mice kept deploying more and more forces, and the little silvery shot which they fired very skillfully struck now even into the glass case. Henry and Bill ran around in despair. Must I die in the blossom of youth? Must I die in the blossom of youth, said Henry. Have I so well preserved myself for this, to perish here in these walls? They cried, and then they fell about each other's necks, and screamed so terribly that they could be heard above the mad tumult of the battle. Of the scene that now presented itself, you can have no idea, good reader. It went purr, purr, clitter and clatter, boom and pam, and all sorts of other fun onomatopoeia sounds, in the wildest confusion, while the Mouse King and mice squeaked and screamed, and now and then the mighty voice of the Nutcracker was heard, and he gave the necessary orders, and he was seen striding along through the battalions in the hottest of the fire. Harlequin, or rather Corson, had made some splendid charges about the cavalry, and covered herself with honor, but Luigi's hussars were battered by the enemy's artillery, with odious offensive balls which had been made dreadful spots in their red jackets, for which reason they would not move forward. Corson ordered them to draw off to the left, and in the enthusiasm of the command headed the Movenant herself, and the Crusaders and Dragoons followed. At this they all drew off to the left, and galloped home. By this step the battery upon the footstool was exposed to great danger, and it was not long before a strong body of very ugly mice pushed on with such determined bravery that the footstool, cannons, cannoneers, and all were overthrown by their headlong charge. Sent you them on Discord. KG also typing. Harlequin is a comic character in theater who wears a mask and colorful diamond patterned tights. Harlequins are known for being light-hearted, quick-witted, and nimble servants, who often try to outsmart their masters. They're also known for pursuing their love interests, Columbine, with resourcefulness. Ah! Okay, so then essentially using the character Harley Quinn as sort of a point of reference on what a Harlequin is like, gee, that's a shocker there, is not too inaccurate a point of reference. And now I know. I'm learning tonight. See, we're all learning tonight. It's a learning experience. Let's see. Nutcracker seemed a little disturbed at this, and gave orders that the right wing should make a retreating movement. You know very well, my military reader, Luigi, that to make such movement is almost the same thing as to run away. It's a tactical retreat. I learned it from Fang. And you are now grieving with me the disaster which impedes the army of Bark's darling Nutcracker. But turning your eyes from this scene, and viewing the left wing, where all is still in good order, and where there is a great hope for both the general and the army during the hottest of the %HT, large masses of mice cavalry had debouched softly from under the seat, and amid loud and hideous squeaking had thrown themselves with fury upon the left wing. But with an obstinate resistance did they meet with... Oh, but what obstinate resistance did they meet with there? Slowly as the difficult nature of the ground required, for the edge of the glass case had to be traversed, the China figures had advanced, headed by 2 Chinese emperors, and formed themselves into a hollow square. These brave, motley, but noble troops, which were composed of gardeners, Tyrolese, bonzes, Friesiers, Merry Andrews, Cupids, lions, tigers, and bears, oh my, peacocks and apes, fought with coolness, courage, and determination. By their Spartan bravery, the battalion of picked men would have wrestled for the victory from the foe. Had not a bold major rushed madly from the enemy ranks and bitten off the head of one of the Chinese emperors, who in falling dashed to the ground 2 bonzes and a cupid. Therefore this gap the enemy penetrated into the square, and in a few moments the whole battalion was torn in pieces. Their brave resistance, therefore, was of no avail to the Nutcracker's army, which once having begun to retreat, retired farther and farther, and at every step with diminished numbers, until the unfortunate Nutcracker halted with a little hand close before the glass case. "Let the reserve advance!" The Harlequin, Scaramouche, drummer. Harlequin, Scaramouche, drummer, where are you? What's this? Educated Gideon Day? Apparently. Let's see. Also, one of the mice just straight up bit off a Chinese guy's head, a Chinese emperor's head. And, like, I know it's a China figure, as it's like, it's pewter, porcelain, you know, it's not pewter, pewter's metal. It's porcelain or glass, but, like, jeez. These mice are letting the intrusive thoughts win. And, of course, as I'm reading, my nose was clear all day. I was clear I could breathe through my nose all day. Only when I start streaming do I lose the ability to breathe through my nose. All right. Thus cried Nutcracker, in hopes of new troops, which should deploy out of the glass case. And there actually came forth a few brown men and women, made of sweet thorn, with gold faces and caps and helmets. But they fought around so awkwardly that they did not hit one of the enemy. The gingerbread men are here. And at last knocked the caps off their own general's head. The enemy's chasseurs, too, bit off their legs before long, so they fumbled over and carried with them to the ground some of the Nutcracker's best officers. Nutcracker, now completely surrounded by the foe, was in the greatest of peril. And Bark is just standing there. Bark's just chilling. He's just watching. Nutcracker turning into Mortal Kombat here. He tried to leap over the edge into the glass case, but found his legs too short. Henry and Bill lay each in a deep swoon. They could not help him. Hussars, dragoons sprang merrily by him into safe quarters, and in wild despair he cried, a horse, a kingdom for a horse! See? Whimsical is here in the art, but I guess she's not coming to Sherwood's aid. At this moment, 2 of the enemy's Tyroleurs seized him by his wooden mantle, and the Mouse King, squeaking from his 7 throats, leaped in triumph towards him. Bark could no longer control himself. "Oh, poor Nutcracker!" he cried, sobbing, and without being excellently cautious of what he did, grasped his left shoe and threw it with all strength into the thickest of the mice. Wow. Bark pulling a George Bush shoe incident here. Let's see. The thickest of the mice. Straight at their king, and in an instant all seemed scattered and dispersed. But Bark felt in his left arm a still sharp pain than before, and sank in a swoon to the floor. The sickness. When Bark woke out of his deep and death-like slumber, he found himself lying in his own bed, with the sun shining bright and sparkling through the ice-covered windows in the chamber. Close beside him sat a stranger, who he soon recognized. However, as the surgeon... Who is the surgeon? We're spinning the wheel. Let me check. Do we have new names to add? Okay, this is kind of weird. For some reason, the huh. Well, we'll add Shrek to the wheel. For some reason, the Q&A decided to add some of the bottom messages back to the top. That's cool. All right. Who's the surgeon? The surgeon is James, the red-nosed engine. Of course. Trains can do surgery. Of course. All right, prepare for a really bad Michael Angelis impression. Oh. Let me go back to live chat. Let's see. Stranger who did not recognize. As the surgeon, James said softly, "She's away." She's awake. I'll do James' voice. "She's awake." Her mother then came to the bedside and gazed upon her with anxious and inquiring eyes. "Ugh, dear mother," lisped little Bark, "are all the hateful mice gone, and is the good Nutcracker safe?" "Do not talk of such foolish stuff," replied her mother, Vox McCloud. "What have the mice to do with the Nutcracker, you naughty child? You've caused us a great deal of anxiety. But so it always is when children are disobedient and do not mind their parents. You played last night with your dolls until it was very late. You became sleepy, probably, and a stray mouse may have jumped out and frightened you. At all events, you broke a pane of glass with your elbow and cut your arm so severely that neighbor James, because we have trains as our neighbors, who has just taken the piece of glass out of your arm, declares it'll came from near cutting a vein. In which case you might have had a stiff arm all your life, or perhaps have bled to death. It was fortunate that I woke about midnight and, not finding you in your bed, got up and went into the sitting room, where you there lay in a swoon upon the floor, close by the glass case, the blood flowing in a stream. I almost fainted away myself last night. There you lay, and scattered around were many of Luigi's little leaden soldiers, broken china figures, gingerbread men and women and other playthings, and not far off your left shoe." "Ugh, dear mother," exclaimed Bark, interrupting her. Because foxes are her. "Those were all traces of the dreadful battle between the puppets and the mice, and what frightened me so much was the danger of the poor Nutcracker. When the mice were going to take him prisoner, then I threw my shoe at the mice, and after that, I don't know what happened." Surgeon James, the red-nosed engine, here made a sign to the mother, and she said very softly to Bark, "We'll never mind about that, my dear. We'll never mind about that, my dear child. The mice are all gone. Little Nutcracker stands safe and sound in the glass case. Dr. James, for a while, Fang is here. Dr. Fang is back, everybody. Now entered the chamber and spoke a while with the surgeon. Then he felt Bark's pulse, and he could hear very plainly that he said something about a fever. He was obliged to remain in bed and take physic. Okay, whatever that means. And so it continued for some days, although expect a slight pain in his arm. He felt quite well and comfortable. He knew little Nutcracker had escaped safe from the battle, and it seemed to him that he sometimes heard his voice quite plainly, as if in a dream, saying mournfully, "Bark, dearest sir, what thanks I do not owe you, but you can do still more for me." Bark tried to think of what it could be, but in vain. Nothing occurred to him. He could not play very well on account of the wound in his arm, and when he tried to read or look at his picture books, a strange glare came across his eyes, so that he was obliged to desist. The time during the day always seemed very long to him, and he waited impatiently for the evening, as his mother then usually seated herself by his bedside, and read or related some pretty story to him. One evening, let's see, Fang, we missed you. Welcome back. Fang comes back into the scene, and then he's gone. He comes and goes. Karma chameleon. All right. One evening, he had just finished the wonderful story of Prince Fakhardrin when the door opened and Godfather Fazbear entered, saying, "I must see for myself how it goes with the sick and wounded Bark." As soon as Bark saw Godfather Fazbear in his brown coat, the image of the night in which the Nutcracker lost the battle amidst the mice returned vividly to his mind, and he cried, "Achoo! Oh, terribly sorry.
Where in the world is Fang the Sniper?"
He cried out involuntarily. "Oh, Godfather Fazbear, you have been very naughty. I saw you sat atop the clock and covered it with your wings so that it could not strike loud to scare away the mice. I heard how you called out to the Mouse King. Why did you not come to help us and the poor Nutcracker? It is all your fault, naughty Godfather Fazbear, that I must be here sick and in bed." His mother was quite frightened at this, and said, "What is the matter with you, dear Bark?" But Godfather Fazbear made very strange faces, and said in a grating, monotonous tone, "Pendulum must whir, 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 this way, that way. Clock will strike, tired of ticking, all the day, softly whir, whir, whir. Strike and cling, clang, strike and cling, clang, bing and bang and bing and bang, till scare away the Mouse King. Then owl in swift flight comes at dead of night. Pendulum must whir and whir, clock will strike, cling and clang, this way, that way, tired of ticking all day. Big bang and Mouse King scared away, whir, whir and purr, purr." Bark stared at Godfather Fazbear, for he did not look at all as he usually did, but appeared much uglier. And Fox is just standing off to the side like, "Oh, my son is insane. The Godfather is insane. All of my relatives are crazy." And he moved his right arm backwards and forward like a puppet pulling on wires. Bark would not have been afraid of him if his mother had not been present, and if Luigi had not slipped in. In the meanwhile, and interrupted him with a loud laughter. "Ha ha ha, Father Fazbear," cried Luigi. "You today drool again, and act just like my harlequin that I threw into the lumber room long ago." But their mother was very serious and said, Dear counselor, this is a very strange sport. What do you really mean by it?" Gracious me," replied Fazbear, laughing. "Have you forgotten that my pretty watchmaker song? I always sing it to suck patience. I always sing it to..." Wow, the typos in this copy of the book are great. Instead of singing it to sick patients, Grandfather Drosselmeyer sings this song to suck patients. I'm not even kidding. It reads as followed. "Gracious me," replied Drosselmeyer, laughing. "Have you forgotten, then, my pretty watchmaker song? I always sing it to suck patients." Oh. Maybe buying this book off eBay was a mistake. I should have gone to the library. I should have borrowed this from the library. Oh, golly. With this, he drew his chair close to the bed and said, "Do not be angry that I did not pick out the Mouse King's 14 eyes. That could not be. But instead, I have in store for you a very agreeable surprise." The counselor, with these words, put his hand in his pocket, drew something out slowly, and beheld it. It was Nutcracker, with his lost teeth nicely fastened in, and his lame chin well set and sound. Bark cried aloud with joy, while his mother smiled and said, "You see now, Maria, the godfather Fazbear meant well by your little Nutcracker. But still you must confess," Bark said. "The counselor, the Nutcracker's figure is said." The placement of quotation marks here is very strange. Bark said, the counselor. "The Nutcracker's figure is none of the finest. Neither can his face be called exactly handsome. How this ugliness came to be hereditary in the family, I will now relate to you, if you will listen. Or perhaps you know already that the story of Princess Pirlipet and Lady Mouserings and the skillful watchmaker." "Look here, Godfather Fazbear," interrupted Luigi. "Nutcracker's teeth have you fastened in very well, and his chin is no longer lame and rickety. But why has he no sword?" "Well, he didn't have a sword in the first place, Luigi." "Why have you not put on his sword?" Let's see. Like $8. Wait, $8? Yeah. How much did you spend? Yeah, I spent $8 on this. I spent $8. $8 well spent. It was $8. It was $7.99. I think it came to like $13 after shipping. You know what? It's better this way. It's funnier this way. It's a funnier copy of the Nutcracker than we've ever read before. So keep all this. Ugh, replied the counselor angrily. You must always meddle and make, you rogue. What is a Nutcracker sword to me? I've cured his wounds, and he may find a sword for himself if he can." "That's true," said Luigi. "He is a very brave fellow, and will know how to get one." "Tell me then, Bark," continued the counselor. "Have you heard the story of the Princess Pirlipat?" I hope, dear counselor," said the mother, "that you will tell that your story will not be frightful, as those that you narrate usually are." Ah, Freddy comes in here telling horror stories. Gotta love that. Thanks, Uncle Freddy. By no means, dearest madam," replied Fazbear. "On the contrary, what I have this time the honor to relate is droll and merry." Begin then, dear godfather," cried the children, and the counselor began as follows. The story of the hard nut. We're getting a story inside the story. 2 books for the price of 1. Bookception. It's a book within a book. Let's see. Pillipat. Who's Pillipat gonna be? We're gonna spin the wheel. Spin to win. Who are we getting? Goofy! Okay. Goofy. Thank you for suggesting Goofy earlier, Teeter. We're getting Goofy. Goofy is here. Nice. Goofy's mother was the wife of the king, and therefore a queen. And Goofy, straight away at the moment of his birth, a true princess. Princess Goofy, my favorite princess. The king was besides himself with joy. When he saw his beautiful daughter as she lay in the cradle, he shouted aloud, danced and jumped about, upon one leg, and cried again and again, "Ha ha! Was there ever anything seen more beautiful than my little Goofy?" And thereupon all ministers, generals, presidents, and staff officers jumped about upon one leg, like the king, and cried aloud, "No, never!" And it was so, in the truth, for as long as the world has been standing. Oh my gosh. There's... Ma, come here. Guys, I need, can you hand me my phone from there on the thing? I need to take a picture of something to show you guys on stream. There's an X in the book!
A what?
An X! As if you were to close a window in, like, a computer program. Why is that there?
Oh my gosh. No.
We've been finding all these weird typos throughout the book.
I was listening to what on the stream, like.
I need to put this on screen for you guys to see. I just snapped a picture of it.
That is bizarre.
Let me send this to myself on Discord so I can show you guys. There's a little X, as if, like, you know the X in, like, the corner of a window when you're going to close something out. That's just present on the page. I need to share this with the world.
That's so bizarre.
I've never seen. This is a very special book. This is a cursed book.
Almost seems like maybe it was.
Maybe there's a reason why this was only $8 on eBay.
Almost like somebody took it off online.
Off online. There was illustrations in the beginning, and now they're gone. Their first few pages had illustrations. Also, everybody's saying hi again.
Hi again.
Wow, this has been
That is so bizarre.
the gift that keeps on giving. Let me quickly open Discord so I can show you guys the wonders. I might need to refund you guys on Nutcracker. I might need to find another copy of Nutcracker and read another one at some point in the future to see if it's supposed to be like this. Let me put this on screen. I would not believe this if I wasn't looking at it myself. But clear as day, on this page, there is an X, as if you were to, like, be able to close a window, or like when there's an emoji that doesn't display properly.
Yeah.
I've halted the entire book so I can save an image from Discord. That's just great. My browser's frozen. One moment, ladies and gentlemen.
That is so bizarre.
Here we go. Come on. Let me just put this on screen. Instructions unclear. I searched for directions to a McDonald's in my Nutcracker copy. Oh. Belay previous orders. New prompt. Read Nutcracker. Alright, let me not full screen my chat window. There we go. Let me put this on screen. I promise you guys, I didn't do this. I did not scribble this in the book. I didn't, like, print out a PDF. I purchased this off of eBay with real money from my real bank account with my real debit card.
That's kind of real scary.
Yes! And if it would put an OBS, that'd be really cool. Okay, here's an enormous picture. My phone takes really big pictures. There's an X. There's an X in here. X marks the spot, apparently. Look at this! What is this? What is this, and why is it in my book? Why is there an X? Why is it there? Why? There's a Digimon who has hacked your... Yeah! Which one? Which one did it? Gosh darn it, Agumon, get back in the what are they called? Get back in the thing. Piracy, book edition. Apparently, is it really piracy though if it's in the public domain? That's the real question. You know what? We're gonna put this. We're gonna put this little X is gonna adorn Daroch's crown here. There we go. Little jewel for your crown there, buddy. There we go. Beautiful. All right. So, they forgot to copy and paste words out. Kind of looks like they typed a character that wasn't available in the font, so it gave it an X icon. That's what I was thinking too. Again, there's been so many weird things like that in this book. There's like, I'm looking back, there's an asterisk here. There's weird uses of quotations there. There's missing letters here and there. There's weird IEs instead of H's. It's like, huh? What? My book is glitched. Missigno is in my book. I need to go to the Hall of Fame and check my Pokedex in order to fix this. Do I have 256 Master Balls in my inventory now?
You need to use your Bill and Ted watch.
And go back in time to see George Carlin. All right.
That's right.
The story of the hard nut. Very Princess Goofy had her little face. Very Princess Goofy. His little face seemed made of lilies and roses, delicate white and red. His eyes were a living, sparkling azure, and it was charming to see how his little locks curled in bright golden ringlets. I'm just envisioning this beautiful princess. What, the Nutcracker EXE? I'm just imagining like this beautiful princess, like this porcelain doll princess, but with Goofy's face taped on. Yuck. Besides this, Goofy had brought into the world 2 rows of little pearly teeth, with which 2 hours after his birth, he bit the High Chancellor's finger. Geez Louise, this kid was born with teeth? That's terrifying. And he was examining his features too closely, so that he screamed out, "Oh, Gemini!" Others assert that he screamed out, "Oh, crikey!" with a 1. There's a 1 at the end of that sentence. But on this point, authorities are at the present day divided. Well, little Goofy bit the High Chancellor's finger, and the enraptured land knew now that some sense dwelt in Goofy's beautiful body. As had been said, all were delighted. The Queen alone was very anxious and uneasy, and no one knew wherefore but everybody remarked with surprise that care with which she watched Goofy's cradle. Beside that, the doors were guarded by soldiers, and not counting the 2 nurses, who always remained close by the cradle, 6 maids. Let's see. It all started when I got this copy of the Nutcracker on eBay. It was only $8. What a steal, I thought. However, I failed to check the description. That's where the trouble began. Did I really? I really did. Wow. I really got creepypasta. I really got creepypasta, didn't I? Wow. Soon the book is going to start dripping hyper-realistic nuts. Let's see. But what seemed very foolish, and no one could understand the meaning of it, was this. Each of the 6 maids must have a cat upon her lap, and stroke it to the whole night through, and thus keep it continually purring. It is impossible that you, dear children, can guess why Goofy's mother made all these arrangements. But I know, and will straightway tell you. It happened that once a time many great kings and fine princes were assembling at the court of Goofy's father, on which occasion much splendor was displayed. The theaters were crowded, balls were given, and tournaments held almost every day. The king, in order to show plainly that he was in no want of gold or silver, was resolved to take a good handful out of his royal treasury, and expend it in a suitable manner. Therefore, as soon as he had privately informed by the overseer of the kitchen that the court astronomer had predicted the right time for killing, he ordered a great feast of sausages, leaped into his carriage, and went himself to invite the assembled kings and princes to take a little soup with them. Man, this part of the Nutcracker is really interesting. Remember the Nutcracker? I remember the Nutcracker. There was a Nutcracker in this book at one point. Yeah. So sorry, I've been on silence. I've been made to play Hades, so I've missed a ton, but I have heard a few good parts. Very nice. Well, Hades sounds like I've heard that game is phenomenal. So you're good, Luna. No worries. Just having you here is enough. But I still thank you nonetheless. Let's see. Upon his return, he said very affectionately to the queen, "You know, my dear, how extremely fond I am of sausages." The queen knew at once what he meant by that, and It was this that she should take upon herself, as she had often done before, the usual occupation of making sausages. The Lord Treasurer must straightway bring to the kitchen the great golden sausage kettle, and the silver chopping knives and stew pans. A large fire of sandalwood was made. The Queen put on her damask apron, and soon the sweet smell of sausage meat began to steam up out of the kettle. The agreeable odor penetrated even to the royal council chamber, and the king, seized with a sudden transport, could no longer restrain himself. "With your permission, my lords," he cried, and "with your permission, my lords," he cried, and leaped up, ran as fast as he could into the kitchen, embraced the Queen, stirred a little with his golden scepter in the kettle, and then, his emotion being quieted, returned calmly to the council. Listen, this man likes a good sausage. I can understand. Listen, you put that in there with some sausage, with some tomatoes, some pepper, some onion, the crock pot. I get it. Listen, I've been there, my guy. Let's see, I've been playing Smash Bros. And Mario Kart Wii on the other monitor while watching this, when I should be continuing Brothership. This is true. Brothership, yeah. The important moment had now arrived when the fat was to be chopped into little pieces, and browned gently in the silver stew pans. The maids of honor now retired, for the Queen, out of true devotion and reverence for her royal spouse, wished to perform this duty alone. But just as the fat began to fry, a small, whimpering, whispering voice was heard. "Give me a little give me a little of the fat, sister." You know what? We'll roll a character for this voice. Not Mario Kart, just New Soup. Oh, did I misread New Soup? I read Mario Wii as Mario Kart Wii. Don't mind me. What voice are we giving this character? Falco. Falco is the voice whispering. Okay. Falco is the whispering voice. Where is the spot where I left off? Let's see. Give me a little of the fat, sister. I should like my part of the feast. I too am a queen. Falco's a queen now. Slay, queen. Give me a little of the fat. The Queen knew very well that it was Falco Mouserings who said this. Falco Mouserings had lived these many years in the king's palace. He maintained that he was related to the royal family, and that he was himself a queen in the kingdom of Mousalia. Falco is a queen of the mice, I guess. Hi everyone, I'm here for Storytime festivities. Welcome, Mega Wii Master. Freddy Fazbear is the godfather. Mama Luigi is the younger brother. Bark is the younger sister. Fox and Fang are a couple and are the parents. And Goofy is the princess in the story we're reading. Truth be told, the only major telling of the Nutcracker I've heard was the Mickey Mouse version. Well, it was probably based on the ballet and not this, so you're in for a ride. All right. Let's see. Where was I? For which reason he held a great court under the hearth. The Queen was a kind and benevolent lady, and although she was not exactly willing to acknowledge Falco Mouserings as a true queen and sister, or brother in this case, I guess, yet she was very ready to allow him a little banquet on this great holiday. She answered, therefore, "Come, who will? You know what? We'll make the other queen somebody as well. It's Jerry the Swan." The swan in Swan Lake who gets shot. I'll give context for that later. We need to give this swan voice. You got to show the weird error. Oh yeah, Mega. So this book, this copy of the Nutcracker and the Mouse King, which I purchased off eBay for $8, has had some very weird errors in it, such as H's randomly being swapped out for LIs. G's just being missing every once in a while. The occasional randomly appearing Fahrenheit sign. And also, this! This is in the book. There's just an X in the book. This is just on one of the pages randomly. I don't know why it's there, but it is. It's a feature. It's a feature. Let me adjust my microphone a little so I can get a little more comfortable. There we go. Come on. There we go. There we go. Okay. Yeah, this is a very interesting copy of the Nutcracker that I've acquired. This belongs in a museum. Is it to remind you to close your window? I guess. Maybe. It's to remind you, hey, it's cold and drafty outside. Don't leave those windows open. Sherwood aggressively points at it. What is this? He was pointing at it, wasn't he? Okay. Yeah, he's just pointing up at Darwin's crown. What the frick is that in your crown, my guy? Let's see, where was I? Who did I say? Oh, yeah, Jerry the Swan. Well, come out then, Lady Falco Mouserlings. You're welcome to a little fat. Upon this, Falco Mouserlings leapt out very quickly and merrily, jumped earpon. Here's another one of those funny grammatical errors, typos that we've found. Instead of seeing that Mouserlings jumped merrily upon the hearth, it says that they jumped erpon the hearth. IRPON. Oh, also, patients suck. They're not sick. That's another one for you. Upon the hearth, and seized with his dainty little paws one piece of fat after the other, as the queen reached it to her. Also, remember how I said the illustrations were missing? There's now just... Okay, this is bizarre. Now, we're 3 chapters after the big battle happened between the Nutcracker and the mice, and the Nutcracker ordered the Harlequin to sort of lead as a general among all the soldiers. Now we're seeing the illustration for that. Only now is that illustration showing up. I am in disbelief. I am astounded. I don't know what I bought, but it was $8. How dare I not add a character that's been giving me brain rot lately on the list? Tee-hee! Let me have a look at our name list so that I can add names to the wheel. This is something else right here. I'm getting ready for this to either break down into a Zalgo text or just completely collapse in on itself and just the letters start bleeding into one another. You know what? Because I think the Q&A has gotten overloaded with questions. What I'm going to do is I'm actually going to end this Q&A and start another one. Because it's rolling back and putting some of the first questions last and last questions first. So I'm going to end that Q&A and I'll open a fresh one for you guys to send funny characters in. My chat window has frozen. Very nice. I'll keep reading until that fixes itself. But now all the cousins and aunts of Falco Mouserling came running out, besides her 7 sons, his 7 sons, rude and forward rogues, who all fell at once upon the fat. And the terrified queen could not drive them away. But as good fortune would have it, the chief maid of honor came in at this moment, and chased away the intruding guests, so that little of the fat was left, the king's mathematician being I found another one. I found another one of these weird typos. My chat window is frozen. Oh dear, my chat window is... I think I broke the chat. Here, let me just fix that real quick, because my chat window just broke. Oh dear. And now my browser isn't coming up. go back to my streaming tab, which is also not loading. Very cool. Cool and good. Just a moment, please. Let's see. King's mathematician being some Moncel. I really hope that's a real word and not another one of our weird, things. All right, I'm going to recreate the Q&A. So if you have more names to submit, feel free to put them in. I am sorry if I missed a few of them. You have a treasure on your hands, Gideon. Keep it and hug it. I'd say it was put through Google Translate, but that doesn't explain Fahrenheit symbols. Yeah, no. I went to start a Q&A and my browser froze. I was frozen today. Cool, cool, and good mountain. Yes. The stream came to a grinding halt as my browser decided not to participate. There we go. Q&A, character names. Just got back from a nap. How's the reading? It's something else. It is something else, Bladed Fox. It's going. It's going all right. Also, before I closed the previous, I did see one or two of the names. So I'll put Donald Duck and Clutch the Opossum on the wheel, since I did see them at least pop up. Donald Duck. I fear having to do a Donald Duck voice because I don't know if I have the capacity to do that, but I will try. There we go. Man, my chat is just completely frozen. Cool. My browser keeps getting stuck too, that does not bode well. But everything on my computer is freezing a little, which really does not bode well. Oh dear. Back. We're back now. Hi. Hello. Welcome back. Okay. Now then, let us resume from where it was that we got stuck. We broke it. The book is so borked it broke my stream. But we're back. It says back for the presents too, and it's just chef's kiss. Very nice. That's a good sweater. There's a second OBS here. Why is there a second OBS? Okay. So, resuming. Let's see. The king's mathematician, being some Moncel, demonstrated very clearly that there was enough remaining to season all the saw sages. Again, another one of those weird things. All the saw dash sages. If distributed with the nicest judgment and skill. Drums and trumpets were now heard without, and all invited potentates and princes, some on white palfreys, some in crystal carriages, came in splendid apparage to the sausage feast. The king received them kindly and graciously, and then, adorned with crown and scepter, as became the monarch of the land, seated himself at the head of the table. Already in the first course, that of the sausage bowls, it was observed that he grew pale and paler, raised his eyes to heaven, gentle sighs escaped from his bosom, and he seemed to undergo great inward suffering, But in the second course, which consisted of long sausages, he sank back upon his throne, sobbing and moaning, held bodily hands to Biss face. It should say held both hands to his face, but instead it says held bodily, Tlie, hands to Biz face. Oh, Biz, my favorite Mario and Luigi game. See, the editor was eating a sandwich. Apparently, Bimmy and Jimmy. Yep, Bimmy and Jimmy, exactly. Oh, okay. Where's the glitch gremlin? He's back, apparently. And at last, wept and groaned loudly. All sprang up from the table, and the royal physician tried in vain to feel the pulse of the unhappy monarch. A deep-seated, unknown torture appeared to agitate him. At last, after much anxiety, and after the application of some strong remedies, the king seemed to come a little to himself, and stammered out scarce audibly in the words, "Too little fat." Now, you see, the king's problem here is he ate too much sausage. This happens to me, too, when I eat too much sausage. And you just gotta get a little Pepto-Bismol. Get a little Pepto-Bismol in there, bada bing, bada boom, and you're good to go. The more and more this book shows its true colors. The queen threw herself in despair at his feet and sobbed out, "Oh, my poor unhappy royal husband! Alas, how great must be the suffering which you endure! But see the guilty one at your feet. Punish her without mercy. Alas! Falco Mouserlings with her 7 sons and aunts and cousins have eaten up the fat, and..." Long dash. With these words, she fell right over backwards in a swoon. Then the king, the G in king, which is replaced with 2 greater than signs, full of rage, leaped up and cried out, "Chief maid of honor," and cried out. Yeah, there's just weird quotation marks here that aren't in reference to anything. "Chief maid of honor, how happened that V, the king, maid of Chief maid of honor, how happened that V..." I feel like I'm having a stroke reading this. That V, I don't know if that's supposed to be a Roman numeral or not, but okay. The chief maid of honor told the story, as much as she knew of it, and the king resolved to take vengeance upon Falco Mouserlings and her family for having eaten up the fat of his sausages. The Privy Council was called, and it was resolved to summon Falco Mouserlings to trial and confiscate all her estates. But as the king was of the opinion that in the meanwhile he might eat up more of his sausage fat, the affair was placed at last in the hands of the royal watchmaker and mechanist. The man, whose name was the same as mine, keep in mind we're reading from the perspective of Dosselmeyer, i.e. Fazbear, Bissface! Yes, Jay! Bissface! Bissface! Also, Jay, you might want to make sure the stream is live because you're a little behind there, buddy. This man engaged by means of very singular and deep political scheme to drive Falco Mouserlings and her family from the place forever. He invented, therefore, several curious little machines, in which a piece of toasted fat was we're actually getting back to the plot, wonderful, was fastened to a thread, and these Fazbear placed around Falco Mouserling's dwelling. Falco was much too wise not to see through Fazbear's craft, but all her avernings, all her entreaties, were of no avail. Every of her 7 sons and many of her cousins and aunts went into Fazbear's machine, and as they tried to snap away the fat, were caught by an iron grating, which fell suddenly down behind them, and were, afterwards, miserably slaughtered in the kitchen. Lady Mousering who has a semicolon instead of an apostrophe, was with the little remnant of her fam minus Illy, forsook the dreadful place. Grief, despair, and revenge filled her bosom. The court reveled in the joy of this event. There is mouse slaughter going on here. Oh, that's gore. That's gore of my comfort characters. But the queen was very anxious, for she knew the disposition of Falco Mouse Rings, and was very sure that she would not suffer the same death of her sons. That she would not suffer the death of her sons to go unavenged. In fact, Falco Mouse Rings appeared one day when the queen was in the kitchen. When the queen was in the kitchen, comma, space, line greater than sign, repairing a harslet hash for her royal husband, a dish of which he was very fond, and said, "My sons, my cousin, and aunts are destroyed. Take care, queen, that mouse queen does not bite thy little princess take good care." With that, Falco disappeared. Birds, mice, same difference. And was not seen again. But Queen S was so frightened. I don't know if the queen's name was ever said. So there just being an S could either be that she's Queen S or Queen S. Is this the new 2024 brain rot language? This is the 2025 brain rot language. We're getting a direct preview of the 2025 brain rot that's on its way. Skibbity Toilet Who? The weird translations of books. That's what the kids are into now. All right. Was so frightened that she let the Liasali what the frick is a Liasali? Liasli. I think that's another weird typo. Yeah, because she was what was she cooking before? It's hash. It's hash. I'm losing my mind. I'd like to point out that the books you said your dad brought from the garbage didn't have this problem. Yeah, for real. My dad brought home hundreds of books from the garbage, and none of them were this mangled. And this was brand new. What the frick is a muscle? All right, but this, dear children, said Fazbear, is enough for. Let me read to you how the word tonight is spelled. T-O minus N-I, a little like upside down V. I forget what the proper name of that letter is. H-T and then a dash. I made Gideon curse. It was a slightly mumbled frick. Don't worry. It wasn't an actual swear word. It was close, but it was the word frock, like a garment you wear. Bark, who had his own thought. We're finally getting back to the plot. Bark, who had his own thoughts about the story, begged Godfather Fazbear very hard to go on, but he could not prevail upon him. He rose, saying, Too much at once is bad for the health. Rest tomorrow. Live streamers who have sworn. No, I swear, I didn't actually swear. Yeah. And Gideon, Santa is watching. How could you say that? No, Santa's here? No! I'm going on the naughty lists. I've never been on the naughty list before. As the counselor was just stepping out of the room, Luigi called out, space, quotation mark, double space. Tell me, Godfather Fazbear, is it then really true that you invented mousetraps? How can you ask a silly question? How can you ask a silly question? said his mother. But the counselor smiled mysteriously. Fox is a mom. Falco's a queen. What is going on here? But the counselor smiled mysterious and said in an undertone, I'm a skillful watchmaker, and yet not able to invent a mousetrap. The story of the hard nut continued. Gideon, every single time you say we're finally getting back to the plot, it derails soon after. Yeah. You know now, children, commenced Counselor Drosselmeyer, on the following evening, why the queen took such care in guarding the beautiful Princess Goofy. Why it not be feared that Falco Mouserings would execute his threat, that he would come again and bite the little princess to death. Fazbear's machines were not the least protection against the wise and prudent Falco, but the court astronomer, who was at the same time private stargazer and fortune-teller to his majesty, declared it to be his opinion that the family of Baron Purr will be able to keep Falco from the cradle. Most of the name were secretaries of the legation at court. I would assume that should be legislation, but I won't argue. With little to do, through always at hand for an embassy to a foreign power. But they must now render themselves useful at home, and thus it came that each of the waiting women must hold a son of the family upon her lap, and by continual and attentive fondling, we're talking about cats, by the way, lighten the severe public duties which fell to their lot. Late one night, the two chief nurses who sat close by the cradle, there's for some reason a quotation mark here, started up out of deep sleep. All around lay in quiet slumber, no purring, the stillness of the grave. Even the death watch could be heard ticking. What the frick is the death watch? When was this death watch introduced? Excuse me? I'm dying here, guys. I'm okay, we're doing it. And what was the terror of the two chief waiting women as they just saw before them a large dreadful mouse, which stood erect upon its hind feet, and had laid its ugly head close against the face of the princess. With a cry of terror, they jumped up, all awoke. They jumped up, all awoke. But in a moment, lame Falco Mouser dash ings. For some reason, there's a dash in there now. For the great mouse by Goofy's cradle was no one but she, obviously. Ran as fast as he could to the corner of the chamber. The secretaries of legation leaped after her, but too late. She had disappeared through a hole in the chamber floor. Little Goofy awoke at the noise and wept bitterly. Thank heaven, cried the nurse. She lives! She lives! Aye, but how great was the terror when they looked at Goofy and saw what a change had taken place in the sweet, beautiful child. Instead of white and red face with golden locks, a large, ill-shaped head sat upon her thin, shriveled body. Her azure blue eyes were changed into green staring ones, and her little mouth had stretched itself from ear to ear. The queen was brought to death's door by grieving and sorrow, and it was found necessary to hang the king's library with thick waiting tapestry. For again and again he ran his head against the wall, crying out every time in lamentable tones. Ah, me unhappy monarch! He might now have seen how much better it would have been to have eaten his sausage without fat, and to leave Falco Mouserings and her family at peace under the hearth. But Goofy's royal father did not think about this. It's not lie, it's he. It's not lie, it's the word he. But it's L-I-E because the H's are sometimes L-I's. I'm losing my mind. Make sure I have top chat enabled real quick. Oh no, live chat enabled, there we go. I'm not even reading this book, and suddenly I'm so lost with all these. Yeah, I have no clue what's going on. We've lost the plot in the most genuine sense of the term. We're never gonna forget this Christmas, no sir. Okay. But Goofy's royal father did not think about this. He laid blame all tlee, which should be the blame, upon the court watchmaker and mechanist. Frederick Fazbear of Nuremberg. He therefore wisely decreed that Fazbear should restore the Princess Goofy to her former condition within 4 weeks, or at least find out some certain and infallible method of effecting this. Otherwise, he should suffer a shameful death under the axe of the executioner. Winning this play. This is why we have to do rehearsals, you guys. I've never read the Nutcracker before, so I wanted to keep the experience very new to myself. So I didn't bother checking this over and reading this before we started. I probably should have, because the issues here are remarkable. I don't think rehearsal can fix a broken script. No. Can you write a review for the guy you bought this book from? This book was full of so many errors. My friends and I were so confused. But thank you for the laughs. 5 out of 4 stars. No, 5 stars for this. This gets 5. This gets a generous 5 stars. Gideon, yes, KG. What can I do for you, madam? Okay. Fazbear was not a little terrified, but he had great confidence in his skills and good fortune, and began immediately the first operation which he thought useful. He took little Princess Goofy up. What? He took little Princess Pirlipat apart with great dexterity, unscrewed her little hands and feet, and carefully examined her inner... I swear, if I accidentally bought AI-generated the Nutcracker, I carefully examined her inward structure. But he found, alas, that the princess would grow uglier as she grew bigger, and knew not what to do or what to advise. He put the princess carefully together again, and sank down by her cradle in despair, for he was not allowed to leave it. And the fourth... I don't know what's happening anymore. The 4th week had commenced, yes. Thursday had come, when the king looked in with flashing eyes and shaking his scepter at him, cried, Frederick Fazbear, cure the princess, or thou must die. Fazbear began to weep bitterly, but Princess Goofy lay as unhappy as the day, and cracked nuts. Goofy's uncommon appetite for nuts now occurred for the first time the mechanist, and the fact likewise that she had come into the world with teeth. In truth, immediately after her transfer, I am so lost. It's Jar Jar's fault. He's a funnier character than we've ever had before. He's a key to all this. The 3 days leading up to the execution are known as the Death Watch. During this time, the prison implements strict guidelines to maintain strict security and control of the condemned prisoner. I did not know that. That's genuinely fascinating. And that does line up with the story. That genuinely does line... Oh no. I just realized something. I was about to say, okay, hear me out on this one. That lines up with the story, especially with how Drosselinier Fazbear only had 4 days to fix the situation. So obviously, he had 1 day, and then 3 days were ticking before his execution. I don't know where this story originates from. I would imagine since Tchaikovsky adapted it into a ballet, I would imagine that originally this was Russian. What if all the strange errors we have encountered, the fact that Drosselnier's title keeps shifting from counselor to father to godfather, the random dashes and weird letters, what if this was Google translated? The X, what if the reason why I cannot understand this and why this is so baffling, the strange punctuation, the weird letter replacement, it is... Oh no! It's Google translated! Oh no! Oh no! You finally get it. It finally clicked. Oh no. It's Google translated. You made this bed. Now you sleep in it. That explains. I have a feeling we're not supposed to be reading a story. I have a feeling. Oh, and now Optimum is rearing their head. Optimum has decided to join the stream. I have a feeling this is not supposed to be a story, a cautionary tale about a princess. This is probably supposed to be about a prince. Because from my knowledge of the ballet, the Nutcracker is a prince. Oh, but that wouldn't make... I'm so confused. But you know what? Are you entitled to a refund for something so half-assed? I think I'm beyond the point of refund. But, time to rename the stream. GSVProductions presents Google Translated Nutcracker and the Mouse King. Yep! Okay! We're gonna keep going. We're gonna keep going. Okay. I have an hour and a half to finish this. Okay. He took the little princess Goof. Listen, Goof, it's a princess now. He took little, with dexterity, blah, 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 blah. Because it never said that the... Oh. In truth, immediately after the transformation, she had screamed continually until a nut accidentally came in her way. Because, you know, we just randomly throw nuts at children. That's just what we do here. Just want to say I'm imagining the characters we are adding is a play going on, which is why I said rehearsals and not meaning you read the book blind. This is funny and good idea. Yeah, no, I'm sorry, Luna. I did get what you meant after I thought about it. But yeah, it is like a little play, and everybody gets to join in. McCulkey choking, please. This explains the lacking pictures too. Yeah, it does. Okay. Which she immediately put into her mouth, cracked it, ate the kernel, and then became quite composed. Since that time, her nurses found the... Okay, I owe you... No, I owe you guys a refund on the Nutcracker. I owe you a refund. Jeez Louise. Okay. Since that time, her nurses found that nothing pleased her so well as to be supplied with nuts. O sacred instinct of nature, eternal... O sacred instincts of nature, eternal, inexplicable sympathies of existence, cried Frederick Fazbear, who, fun fact, his real name is Christian Elias Drosselheimer, and now I'm just imagining Elias Acorn instead of Freddy Fazbear. Oops. Dude, this translated story is hilarious. To be fair, it is. It is very entertaining. Well, it's just an alternative way to celebrate Christmas. This is true. I get... I get it now. DannyDeVito.jpg. Okay. Thou pointest me in the gates of this mystery. I will knock and they will be opened. He begged straight away for permission to speak with the royal astronomer. And was led to his apartment under a strong guard. They embraced with many tears, for they had been warm friends. Then retired into a private cabinet and examined a great many books which treated of instinct, of sympathies and antipathies, and some mysterious things. Night came on. The astronomer looked at the stars, and with the aid of Fazbear, who had great skill in such matters, set up the horoscope of Princess Goofy. It was a great deal of trouble, for the lines grew all the while more and more intricate. But at last, what joy! At last it became clear that the Princess Goofy, in order to be freed from the magic which had deformed her, and to regain her beauty, had nothing to do but eat the kernel of a nutcracker nutcracker. I have never heard of this nut, but that's new. Anticipation? No, I swear, the word I just read, it's... Let me go back and check for it. No, it literally is Antipathies. It's antipathy. It's antipathies. I wish it was anticipation, but it is antipathies. It becomes clear this was a Google translation. Can some Teeter? I know you would know where to find this image. Can you get the Luigi, the funny Mario and Luigi nut image for me, please, if you don't mind? That's me translated. Ah, gotcha. That's you being you looking at it and being like, yeah, it's probably supposed to be that word. Okay. Now the nutcracker had such a hard shell that an 8 and 40 pounder might be wheeled over it without breaking it. Yeah, an 8 and 40 pounder. That's my favorite sandwich to get from McDonald's. This hard nut must be cracked with the teeth before the princess. But a man who had never been shaved and had never worn boots. The young man must then hand the kernel with closed eyes and must not open them again until he had marched 7 steps backwards without stumbling. So basically, in order to save the princess's life, you have to go to the fountain, run around the El Israel statue 85 times, then run up Mount Doom, kick Ganon in the teeth, run back down Death Mountain, go handshake John F. Kennedy in front of Peach's castle, and then jump 37 times off of Dreamland in Smash Brothers. It makes all kinds of sense. Somebody was paid money to publish this. What kind of Nut Donald menu is this? Okay. Without cessation. Cessation is a new word. For 3 days and nights, and the king was seated at dinner on Sunday afternoon, when the mechanist, who was to have been beheaded earlier Monday morning, rushed in with joy and transport, and proclaimed that he had found out a method of restoring to the Princess Goofy her lost beauty. The king embraced him with great kindness, and promised him a diamond sword, 4 orders of honor, and 2 new Sunday suits. Quotation mark. Space. Immediately after dinner we will go to bed, he added, and see to it, dear mechanist, that the unshorn young man in shoes, he's not supposed to be in shoes, is ready at hand with the nutcracker, and take care that he, not L-I-E, drinks no wine beforehand, for fear he should stumble as he goes the 7 steps backwards like a crab. Afterward he may drink like a fish. Fazbear was very much discomposed at these words, and after much stuttering and stammering, like me tonight, I think I found the one you speak of. Let me see. You know what that means. Fish! I found lots of the image you were looking for. Yes! Teeter, this is the one. This is the one I wanted, thank you. I knew you would find it. This was an emote on Monica's server for a while. I think it's gone now, but it existed for a while. I might need to... Open in browser, please. Here we go. Save image. Here's... Oh, it's a WebP! Gosh darn it! I'm gonna take the time to convert this to a PNG. It'll be worth it, I swear. WebP to PNG.com. Finally at my laptop so I can hear now. Luna, you are in for a show. This is... Wow, this is something else. Let me just convert this lovely little image to a PNG that we might bask in it and its glory. Fazbear was very much discomposed with these words, and after much... That the method was dis-covered, indeed. But the Nutcracker and young man had to crack it were yet to be sought after. We're like, oh yeah, we figured out how to fix the princess, guys. We need to do X things. Great. Does anyone want to go get the things? No. You know you can just change the file type in Photos, right? Can you? I don't know how to do that. Genuinely, I was unaware of that. I want someone to record an official audiobook of that. Mega, that's what tonight is. But I might... Maybe at some point in the future I'll have to do that. Here's tonight's stream in a nutshell. There we go. We'll put that right there. There we go. Perfect. Marvelous. Okay. Okay. Oh, okay. Let's see. Where were we? The king in great anger swung his scepter around his crowned head and roared with the voice of a lion, "Then off goes thy head!" It was very fortunate for the unhappy Fazbear that the kind's dinner, the kind, not the king, the kind's dinner, had been cooked better than usual this day, so he was in pleasant humor and disposed to listen to reason. While the good queen, who was moved by the hard fate of the mechanist, used her influence to soothe him. Fazbear then, after a while, I could hear my mom laughing from upstairs, after a while took courage and represented to the monarch that he had performed Task in MS Task, Microsoft Task, in discovering the means to restore the princess to her beauty, and thus by the terms of the royal decree had secured his safety. The king said that was all trash, stupid stuff and nonsense, but resolved at last that the watchmaker could leave the court instantly, accompanied by the royal astronomer, and never return without the Nutcracker nut in his pocket. By the intercession of the queen, he consented that the Nutcracker might be summoned by a notice in all the home of the foreign newspapers and journals. Here the counselor broke off again and promised to narrate the rest on the following evening. I know it does work for... Okay. Kind from Kirby? He made dinner? No, kind with a D. I found a nut emoji for your server. It was sent to you. Thank you. I'll check. Let me have a look. I don't know if I can read the rest of this I have an hour. We have an hour to finish this. Oh, that's a Vine Sauce emote right there. That's a good one. Okay. All right. The conclusion of the story of the hard nut. That's a good chapter name. No comment. There's some really good... I'm so glad that there's such clean audio out there now on the internet of me saying the word nut in so many different ways. The next evening, as soon as the candles were lighted, Godfather Fazbear appeared and continued his story as follows. Fazbear and the astronomer had been 15 years on their journey without seeing the least signs of the Nutcracker. Oh, the Nutcracker nut. It would take me a month, children, to tell where they went and what strange things happened to them. Could you translate it from Russian to English for me, dear narrator? I would love to read that month's worth of story. I must pass over them and commence where Fazbear sank at last into despondency and felt a great desire to see his dear native city, Nuremberg. This desire came upon him all at once, as he was smoking a pipe of tobacco with his friend in the middle of a great wood in Asia. Where in Asia? Oh, just Asia. Need a compilation every time Gideon says nut tonight. The nut pilation. Oh, okay. Oh, Soviet City. That should be sweet, but instead it's S, capital A, Viet City. Soviet City, he cried. Sweet native city, sweet Nuremberg. He who has never seen thee, though he may have traveled... Oh, I should be doing the Freddy voice for this. Have traveled to London, Paris, Rome. If his heart is not dead to emotion, must continually desire to visit thee. Thee, O Nuremberg, sweet city, where there are so many beautiful houses with windows. As Fazbear grieved in such a sorrowful manner, the astronomer was moved with sympathy, and began to cry and howl so pitifully that it was heard far and wide throughout Asia. Oh, correction. Through, period. Asia, period. He soon composed himself again, wiped the tears out of his eyes, and said, space, quotation mark, space. Who's the astronomer? Who's the astronomer? Yeah, Teeter, that's perfect. Oh, this has been something else. This is, I tell ya, what a Merry Christmas. Let me spin the wheel and figure out who the astronomer is. Who's the astronomer? I'm making this confusing book even more confusing for myself with the names, and I wouldn't have it any other way. It's Dee! Dee is the astronomer! All right. But why, my respected colleague? Why sit here and howl? Why should we not go to Nuremberg? Is it not all the same wherever we seek after this miserable Nutcracker V? This is true, replied Fazbear, greatly consoled. Both arose, knocked out their pipes. They just knocked out those pipes, smack them in the face, and went straight forward out of the wood in the middle of Asia, right to Nuremberg. Yes, Nuremberg. That's where again? Correct me if isn't Nuremberg in Germany? If I'm not mistaken, isn't Nuremberg in Germany? Where is Nuremberg? We can walk from Asia to Germany. They had scarcely arrived there when Fazbear ran into his brother. Freddy has a brother. Who's Freddy's brother? We're gonna find out. Freddy's brother is Sonic. Of course. Of course Freddy Fazbear's brother is Sonic. Why wouldn't he? Nuremberg, the trials. Yeah. Sonic is German. Okay. When they ran into Freddy's brother, Christopher Zacharias Drosslimer. That's a good name. His new name is Sonic Fazbear. Puppet maker, varnisher, and gilder, whom had not been seen for many years. The watchmaker told him the whole story of Princess Goofy, Falco Mouserings, and the Nutcracker nut, a Crackatuck. Man, there once was a Nutcracker from Nantucket. So that he struck his hands together over and over again with astonishment and exclaimed, let me just warm up into the Sonic voice. Shadow! Brother, what strange things are these? Fazbear then related the story of his travels. How he passed 2 years with King Date. Who's King Date? How coldly he has been perceived by Prince Almond, and now he had sought information to no purpose of the natural society in Squirrelberg. In short, how his search everywhere had been in vain to find even the least signs of the Nutcracker. During this account, Sonic Zacharias had often snapped his fingers and turned about on one foot, winked, laughed, clucked with his tongue. Tongues do clucking. Of course. What else does the tongue do if not cluck? And then called out, Hi hem I, oh, if it should. At last he tossed his hat and wig up in the air. Guys, Sonic wears a piece. Sonic wears a toupee, confirmed. His quills are fake. Did you know the doctor's mustache is fake? His brother round the neck and cried, Brother, you are safe. Safe, I say, for I must be wonderfully mistaken if I have not that Nutcrackatuck at this very moment in my possession. I. End of sentence. He then drew a little box from his pocket and took out of it a gilded nut of moderate size. See, he said. This nut fell into my hands in this way. Many years ago, a stranger came here at Christmas time with a sack full of nuts, which he offered for sale cheap. Just as he passed my shop, he got into a quarrel with a nut seller of this city, who did not like to see a stranger come hither. There's an image. Wait. There's an image I need to find. There's an image I need to find real quick. Let me just give me 1 second. I need to save an image. You know who Sonic encountered? I'll tell you who Sonic encountered. Sonic encountered the nut dealer. It hurts. I'm in pain right now. Okay. Fun fact, you can rearrange the words in Undertale to spell nut dealer. Okay. Who did not like to see a stranger come hither to undersell him, and for this reason attacked him. The man put down his sack upon the ground, the better to defend himself. Joke I could make there, and I'm not gonna. And at the same moment, a heavy laden wagon passed directly over it. All the nuts were cracked in pieces except this one,
which the stranger, with a singular smile, offered to me for a bright dollar of the year 1720. For a bright dollar of the year 1720. Daroch the nut dealer. I thought that strange, but as I found in my pocket just such $1 as the man wanted, I bought that nut and gilded it over, without exactly knowing why why I bought the nut. Oh, I thought it said why I bought the nut from the dealer. Never mind. So dear, or why I set so much store by it. All doubt whether this nut was actually the long-sought Nutcracker was instantly removed. Oh, and the quotation marks are missing, so it's a run-on sentence that goes into the narration. The long-sought Nutcracker was instantly removed. When the astronomer was called, who carefully scraped off the gold and found upon the rind the word Krakatuk engraved in Chinese characters, because that's how Chinese works, the joy of the travelers was beyond bounds. You might even say it was boundless. And the brother the happiest man under the sun. For Fazbear assured him that his fortune was made, since he would have a considerable pension for the rest of his... For he would have a considerable pension for the rest of his clays. For the rest of his clays. Not days. Clays. And then there was the gold which had been scraped off. He might keep that the astronomer. He might keep that for gilding. The mechanist and the astronomer had both put on their nightcaps and were getting into bed as the latter commenced. We go and meet Freddy's brother out in the street, and now we're just sleeping. Honk shoe, we're going to bed. Good night. I need a bloody drink. My worthy colleague... My worthy colleague, good fortune never comes single. Take my word for it. We have found not only the Nutcracker, but also the young man who is to crack it, and hand the kernel to the princess. I mean, nobody else than your brother's son. I cannot sleep. No, this very night I must cast the youth's horoscope. With these words, he threw the nightcap off his head and began straight off to take an observation. The brother's son was in truth a handsome, well-grown young man who had never been shaved and who had never worn boots. Get this boy some shoes. I hear a snowplow going past the house. That bodes well. In his early youth, he had, on Christmas nights, gone around as Merry Andrew, but this could not be seen in his behavior in the least. So well he had his manners been formed by his father's care. On Christmas days, he wore a handsome red coat trimmed with gold, a sword, a hat under his arm, a curling wig. In this fine dress he would stand in his father's shop, and of gallantry crack nuts for young girls, for which reason he was called the handsome Nutcracker. Guys, we found Sherwood. We found him. Sherwood has been found. With these words. What words in this book? Yeah, what words? Okay. Hakuna Matata. It's a wonderful... Clay. He's back. Rat grabs him. Sherwood doesn't wear shoes, apparently. His paws are cold. On the following morning, the astronomer was in raptures. He's going to heaven. He fell upon the mechanist's neck and cried, "It is he! We have him! He is found! But there are two things, worthy colleague, which we must see to. In the first place, we must braid for your excellent nephew a stout wooden cue, which shall be joined in a way to his lower jaw, that it can move with it." Are we? We're putting a mechanism in the boy. We're putting a mechanism in the boy. It really is Freddy Fazbear. It really is Five Nights at... Okay. We're gonna keep going. A stout wooden skew, that it can move with great force. This is DDD's idea, might I add. In the next place, when we arrive at the king's palace, we must let no one know that we have brought the young man, the Vung Man, that's a V, not a Y, which with us, who is to crack the Nutcracker. It is best that he should not be found for a long time. I read in his horoscope that after many young men have broken their teeth to no purpose, the king will promise to him who cracks the nuts and restore to the princess her lost beauty. The princess herself and succession to the throne as a reward. His brother, the puppet maker, was highly delighted to think his son might marry the princess Goofy and become the prince and king, and he gave him up entirely into the hands of the two travelers. Bad idea. 5 Nights at Sherwood's. Suit up, Sherwood. We're turning you into a robot. Metal Sherwood. He's getting roboticized. I think King Dedede might secretly be a Robotnik. All right. And he gave up entirely into his hands. I'm so glad that Sherwood's dad is Sonic, who is balding and wears fake quills, and that he's just like, you want to turn my son into a robot? Cool! The cue which Fazbear fastened upon his young and hopeful nephew answered admirably. I don't like that Sherwood is Freddy's nephew. So that he made a series of the most successful experiments, even upon the hardest peach stones, as Fazbear and the astronomer had sent immediate information to the palace of the discovery of the Nutcracker. Suitable notices L-I is H. Had been published. Yeah, suitable notices had been published. Unlike this book, which was not suitable, but still somehow got published. And when the travelers arrived, many handsome men, and among them some princes, had appeared, who, trusting to their sound teeth, were ready to undertake the disenchantment of the princess. And the travelers were not a little terrified when they beheld the princess again. Her little body, with its tiny hands and feet, was hardly able to carry her great misshapen head. Misshapen, which is missing a P. Increased by a white cotton beard which had spread itself around her mouth. Well, she can join the circus and be the bearded lady. We buffered. Cool. Where was the last thing you heard? Yeah, but we back. Okay. All happened as the astronomer had read in the horoscope. One youth in shoes after another bit upon the Nutcracker until his teeth and jaws were sore, and he was led away, half swooning, by the physician in attendance. By the physician in attendance, sighed out, "That was a hard nut." When the king, in anguish of his heart, had promised his daughter and his kingdom to him, he should effect the disenchantment. The handsome young Fazbear, Sherwood is a Fazbear now, stepped forward and begged for Ermintion, which is spelled J closed parentheses Ermission. I would assume that's supposed to be permission to begin the experiment. And no one had pleased the fancy of Princess Goofy as well as young Fazbear. She laid her little hand upon her heart and sighed deeply. Yep, as if this might be the one who's to crack the Nutcracker and become my husband. And Sherwood's just staring there like, wait, so A, I have to break my teeth, and B, I have to marry Goofy. Uncle Sonic, I want to go home now. I want to get off Freddy Fazbear's Wild Ride. That's a clean audio. Good. After young Fazbear had gracefully saluted the king and queen, and then Princess Goofy, he received the Nutcracker from the hands of the master of ceremonies, put it without hesitation between his teeth, pulled the cue very hard, and crack! The shell broke into many pieces. He then nicely removed the little threads and broke bits of the shell that hung to the kernel, and reached it with a low bow to the princess. After which he shut his eyes and began to walk backwards. The princess straightway swallowed the kernel, and behold! Her ugly shape was gone, and in chapter name, The Disenchantment of the Princess, its place appeared a most beautiful figure, with a face of roses and lilies, delicate white and red eyes of living sparkling azure, locks curly in bright golden ringlets, and of course a long ear and nose and buck teeth. Because it's Goofy! Drums and trumpets mingled their sound with the loud rejoices of the people. The king and the whole court danced at Goofy's birth, upon one leg, and the queen had to be carefully tended with cologne water. Yeah, that's cologne water. Because she had fallen into a swoon from delight and rapture. Bye-bye. Young Fazbear, who had still his 7 steps to perform, was a good deal discomposed by the tumult, but he kept firm, and was just stretching back his right foot for the 7th step, when Falco Mouserings rose squeaking and squealing out of the floor. Down came his foot upon its head, and he stumbled, so that he hardly kept himself from falling. Alas! What a hard fate. As quick as thought, the youth was changed to the former figure of the princess. His body became shriveled up, and he was hardly able to support his great misshapen head. His eyes turned green or brown, said Sherwin, and staring, and his mouth was stretched from ear to ear. Instead of his queue, a narrow wooden cloak hung down upon his back, with which he moved his lower jaw. The watchmaker and astronomer were benumbed with terror and affright, while Falco Mouserlings rolled bleeding and kicking upon the floor. Bye, Falco. Falco's dead now, everybody. Rest in peace. Rest in peace, Falco. Married that dog, Sherwood. Can I pet that dog? Can I pet that dog? Oh, hi, Mario Simpson. Welcome to the stream. Welcome to a very confusing stream. He squeaked and whimpered in a piteous tone. Oh, yeah. Oh, crack a nut, hard nut, hi. Of thee I now must die. Q, son with 7 crowns will bite. Nutcracker at night, hi, Q. And revenue, his mother's death. Short breath must I, hi, die. So young, Q, oh agony, quake. With this cry, Falco Mouserlings died, and the royal oven heater carried out his body. As for young, spelt Y-O-N-N-G, Yonge, Fazbear, no one troubled himself any farther about him, but the princess put the king in mind of his promise, and he commanded that they should bring the young hero before him. But when the unfortunate youth approached, the princess held both hands before her face and cried, "Away, the ugly Nutcracker!" The court marshal immediately took him by the shoulders and pushed him out of the doors. The king was full of anger because they had wished to give him a Nutcracker for a son-in-law, and he put all the blame upon the mechanist and the astronomer. Yep, because the mysterious curse that the Nutcracker just relieved from your daughter surely had nothing to do with it. So who wants poultry? Oh. I have returned to the Google Cracker and the translated mouse. I am in awe of this magnificent literature which we are subjecting ourselves to. Teeter, I'm going to put this image up on screen, and when we're done reading, I can feel my... I understand brain rot now. Like, I never truly understood the concept of brain rot, but, like, wow, I get it. I'm currently routing New Super Mario Bros. Wii 100% with as few coins as possible. Ooh, nice. That's a fun challenge. All right. He put all the blame upon the mechanist and astronomer and banished them forever from the kingdom. This did not stand in the horoscope, which the astronomer had set up at Nuremberg. But he did not allow himself to be discouraged. He straightway took another observation and declared that he could read in the stars that young Fazbear would conduct himself so well in his new station that in spite of his deformity, he would yet become a prince and king. And then his uncle would give him away to some bratty children and he would break all his teeth. And that his former beauty would return as soon as the son of Lady Mouserings, who had been born with 7 heads after the death of her 7 sons, had fallen by his hand. And a maiden had loved him, notwithstanding his ugly shape. And they say that young Fazbear has actually been seen about Christmas time in his father's shop at Nuremberg as a nutcracker. It is true, but at the same time, as a prince. I want you guys to know, this wasn't my idea. I just wanted to make a joke about Bark being a fairy. Yeah! This snowballed from the original idea. This was not at all what KG, this is not what you had in mind. This is not what I had in mind. I don't think anyone had this in mind. This is, yeah. This, children, is the story of the hard nut. And you know now why people say so often, that was a hard nut. This is trying to... Are you kidding me? Is this... The Nutcracker and the Mouse King is apparently the origin of the expression, it's a tough nut to crack. We're learning so much! Oh no, I expected this. You knew? You knew it would be Google translated? And whence it comes that nutcrackers are so ugly. I don't think nutcrackers are ugly. The counselor thus concluded this narration. Bark thought that the Princess Goofy was an ill-natured, ungrateful thing, and Luigi declared that if Nutcracker were anything of a man, he would not be LON, little upside-down V, in settling matters with the Mouse King, and would get his old shape again very soon. Next chapter, the uncle and nephew. If any one of my good readers has ever had the misfortune to read this book, run, hide, get out. There's still time left. You can be saved. The misfortune to cut himself with glass. He knows how much it hurts, and how long a time it takes to heal. Whenever Bark tried to get up, which is spelt UG number 3, he felt very dizzy. And help me, Gordon. I'm not moving another step. Stop! No! And so it continued for a whole week, during which time he was obliged to remain in bed. But at last he became entirely well and could play about the chamber as merrily as ever. Everything, which is a compound word that has been separated in two, in the glass case looked prettily, for the trees, flowers, and houses, and beautiful puppets stood there as new and bright as ever. But best of all, Bark found his dear Nutcracker again. He stood on the second shelf and smiled upon him with a good sound of set teeth. In the midst of all the pleasure which he felt in gazing at his favourite, a pang went through his heart when he thought that Godfather Fazbear's story had been nothing else but the history of the Nutcracker, and his quarrel with Falco Mouserings and his son. She knew well enough that he knew well enough that his Nutcracker could be none other than the young Fazbear of Nuremberg, Godfather Fazbear's agreeable, but now, alas, enchanted nephew. For that skillful watchmaker at the court of Goofy's father was the Counselor Fazbear himself. He did not doubt for an instant, even while he was telling the story. But why was it that your uncle did not tell you? Did not help you? Why did he not help you? Complained Bark, as it became clearer and clearer in his mind that in the battle which he saw, Nutcracker's crown and kingdom were at stake. You, the letter, not the word, were not all the other puppets subject to him. And is it not plain that the prophecy of the astronomer has been fulfilled? That the young Fazbear is prince and king, not king, king of the puppets? While the shrewd Bark explained and arranged all this so well to her mind, he believed, since he had seen Nutcracker and his vassals in life and motion, that they actually did live and move. But they were not so. Everything in the glass case remained stiff and lifeless. Yet Bark, far from giving up his conviction, cast all the blame upon the magic of Falco Mouserings and his 7-headed son. But if you are not able to move or talk to me, dear Master Fazbear, he said aloud to the Nutcracker, yet I know well enough that V-O-U, understand me, I know what a good friend I am to you. You may depend upon my help, and I will beg of your uncle to bring his skills to your assistance whenever you have need of it. Nutcracker remained still and motionless, but it seemed to Bark as if a gentle sigh was breathed in the glass case, so that the panes trembled, scarce audibly indeed, but with a strange sweet tone, and a voice rang out like a bell. I don't know whose voice this is. Maria mine! Maria mine, I'll be thine, and thou art mine. Bark, I guess, mine. Bark felt in a cold shudder that crept over him, a singular pleasure. I am at a loss for words. Okay. In the springtime, when I go back to work, I'm going to walk up to my Russian coworker, and I'm going to say to her, hey, you ever read The Nutcracker, and the Mouse King, the book that Tchaikovsky based his ballet off of? And if she tells me yes, then I'm going to say, well, boy howdy, do I have a version for you. Technically, you in French is vow. So that was sort of close, kinda. Help! Oh no, the infectious misspellings of the book is infecting you guys too. Okay, Teeter, let me see the silliness that you have made. We have a half hour to finish this. I might have to go a little overtime. Oh. I might have to start speed reading. We might have to, start speed reading. We might have to Princess Bride this. Well, gosh, I thought I was a very pretty princess, Sora. Gideon and his friends liked it. Yes, Goofy, we liked it a lot. We liked it very much, Goofy. Overtime. Okay. Twilight had come on. The doctor, with Godfather Fazbear, entered the sitting room. Is Fang ever going to speak? I don't know. And it was not long before Hermie had arranged the tea table, and all sat around, talking cheerfully of various things. Bark had very quietly taken his little armchair and seated himself close to Godfather Fazbear's feet. During a moment when they all were silent, he looked up with large blue eyes in the counselor's face and said, I know, dear Godfather Fazbear, that my Nutcracker is your nephew, the young Fazbear of Nuremberg. and he has become a prince, or king rather, as your companion the astronomer foretold. All has turned out exactly so. You know now that he is at war with the son of Falco Mouserings, with the hateful Mouse King. Why do you not help him?
Wait, Hermie could have fixed his teeth. Hermie could have fixed his teeth! He's a dentist! Bark then related the whole scene, the whole course of the battle, just as he had seen it, and was often interrupted by the loud laughter of his mother and Hermie. Luigi and Fazbear only remained serious. Where does the child get all... Oh, Fang is finally speaking! Where does this child get all this strange stuff in her head from? V, instead of quotation marks, said the doctor. She has a lively imagination, replied the mother. In fact, they are nothing but dreams caused by her violent fever. The number 1 is just here. That story's not true, said Luigi. My red hussars are not such cowards as that. If I thought so, swords and daggers, I would have made a stir among them. But Godfather Fazbear, with a strange smile, took little Bark upon his lap, and said in a softer tone than he was ever heard to speak in before. Ah, dear Bark, more power is given to thee than to me, or to the rest of us. Thou, like Goofy, art a princess born, for thou dost reign in a bright and beautiful kingdom. But thou hast much to suffer, if thou wouldst take part... We're using thous. We're using Old English now. But part of the poor misshapen Nutcracker, for the Mouse King watches for M&M's, Merry Christmas, have some candy, at every hole and corner. I cannot, thou alone canst rescue him. Be firm and true. Neither Bark nor anyone else knew what Fazbear meant by these words, and they appeared so singular to Dr. Fang that he felt the counselor's pulse and said, Worthy friend, you have some violent congestion about the head. You're crazy. Freddy, you're crazy. Get out of my house. I'll prescribe something for you. Who let Fang practice medicine? But the mother shook her head thoughtfully and spoke. I feel what it is the counselor means, but I cannot express it in words. Richer. Not eons after. Not. I would assume that means long after, because it's IONS colon. Bark was awaked one moonlight night by a strange rattling that seemed to come out of the corner of the chamber. It sounded as if little stones were thrown and rolled about, and every now and then there was a terrible squeaking and squealing. The mice are coming, as... This word is too mangled for me to read. The mice are coming, exclaimed Bark, in a fright, semicolon. And she was about to wake her mother, and her voice failed her. Oh, it's Bark, correction. And he could stir neither hand nor foot, for he saw the Mouse King work his way out of a hole in the wall, and then run, with sparkling eyes and crowns, around and around the chamber, when at last, with a desperate leap, he sprang up onto the little table, and stood close by the bed. Hi. Oh, I finally get to do Dara's voice. Hi, must give thee sugar plums, thy gingerbread little thing, or I will bite thy nutcracker. So squeaked the Mouse King, and snapped and grated hideously with his teeth. This is a horrible Darroch voice. And then sprang down again, and away through the hole in the wall. Bark was so distressed by the occurrence that he looked very pale in the morning, and was scarcely able to say a word. 100 times he was going to inform his mother or Hermie of what had happened, or at least tell Luigi. But he thought, which is spelled Tliouuglit, no one will believe me, and they shall only be left it. This, at least, was very clear, that if
he wished to save little Nutcracker, he must give up his sugar plums and his gingerbread. So, in the evening, he laid all that he had, and he had a great deal, down before the foot of the glass case. The next morning, his mother said, "It's strange what brings the mice all at once into the sitting room. See, poor Bark. They've eaten up all your gingerbread." And so it was the ravenous mouse. It was. The ravenous Mouse King had not found the sugar plums exactly to his taste, but he had gnawed them with the sharp teeth, so that they had been thrown away. Bark did not grieve about her cake and sugar plums, for she was greatly delighted to think that she had saved little Nutcracker. But what was her terror when the very next night she heard squeaking and squealing close to her ear, and the Mouse King was there again, and his eyes sparkled more dreadfully, and he whistled and squeaked much louder than before. "Must give me thy sugar puppets, chocolate figures, little thing, or I will bite thy Nutcracker, thy Nutcracker." And with this, the terrible the terrible Mouse King sprang down and ran away again. Bark was very sad. He went the next morning to the glass case and gazed with the most sorrowful look at his sugar and chocolate figures. And his grief was reasonable, for thou canst not imagine, my attentive reader, what beautiful figures of are, there's a little upside-down V in the middle, and chocolate little Bark Stallbaum possessed. A petty shepherd and shepherdess watched a whole flock of milk-white lambs, while a little dog frisked about them. Next came 2 letter-carriers, with letters in their hands, and then 4 neat pairs of nicely dressed boys and girls with gay ribbons, rocked at seesaw upon as many boards, white and smooth as marble. Behind some dancers stood Farmer Caraway and the Maid of Orleans. These Bark did not care so much about, but close in a corner stood her darling little red-cheeked baby, little baby doll, Bark's little baby doll. And now the tears came into his eyes. "Oh, clear Mr. Vesper," he said, turning to the Nutcracker. "There is nothing that I will not do to save you, but this is very hard." Not until much like the nut. Nutcracker looked all the while so sorrowfully that Bark, who felt as if he saw the Mouse King open his 7 mouths to devour the unhappy youth, resolved to sacrifice them all. So at evening he placed all his sugar figures down at the foot of the glass case. Is this a thing? Like sugar figures. Was that a thing? Did they used to make dolls and figurines out of sugar? I've never heard of this concept. This is new to me. Where was I? Just as he had cloned before. That is a D, but it is spelled CL. Just as he had cloned before, I lost my place with the sugar plums and cake. He kissed the shepherds and the shepherdesses and the lambs, and the last took his darling, the little red-cheeked baby, out of the corner, and placed it down behind all the rest. Farmer Caraway and the Maid of Orleans must stand in the first row. Well, that is not too bad, said his mother the next morning. A mouse must have gotten into the glass case, for all poor Bark's sugar figures are gnawed and bitten in pieces. Bark could not keep from shedding tears, but she soon smiled again. We need to get mouse traps. The sugar people, which is a traditional Chinese art form using heated liquid sugar to create 3-dimensional, often blown figures. That actually lines up with the poor translation of there having been China figures, as in like China, like porcelain, in the shape of like 2 Chinese emperors earlier in the story. So that tracks. Maybe that's what it means. You ever seen cake tops? Oh, they're cake toppers. Okay. All right. And said to herself, We are at 11:33, so I am going to begin speed reading. That way we can get through this because there's still quite a bit to read. Okay. Speed run. And said to herself, that is nothing, if Nutcracker is only saved. And in the evening, her mother told the counselor of the mischief which the mouse had been doing in the glass case, and said, space, quote, space, it is provoking that we cannot destroy this fellow that makes such havoc with Bark's sugar toys. Ha! Cried Luigi merrily. The baker opposite has a fine grey secretary of Legaton. Suppose I bring him over. He will soon make an end of the thing. He will have the mouse's head cut off very quickly, even if it had been Falco Mouse Rings himself, or her son, the Mouse King. And jump about the tables and chairs, said his mother, laughing, and throw down cups and saucers, and do all kinds of mischief. Ah, no, indeed, said I'm just going to wind up putting the names back right. You should have written down the character names. I remember them, but Ah, no, indeed, said Luigi. The baker's secretary of Legation is a light, careful fellow. I wish I could walk on the roof of the house as well as he. Let us have no cats in the night. Oh, let us have no cats in the night, said Hermie. This is the first time Louise, the other sister, who is now Hermie, has spoken all book, who could not bear them. Fred's plan is the best, said the doctor, but we will try the trap first. Have we got one? V. Godfather Fazbear can make them best, said Fred, for he invented them. All laughed, and when the mother said that there was no mousetrap in the house, the counselor assured her that he had a number in his possession, and immediately sent for one. In a short time it was brought, and a very excellent mousetrap it seemed to be. The story of the hard nut now came vividly to the minds of the children. As the cook toasted the fat, Bark shook and trembled. His head was full of the story and its wonders, and he said to his old friend Dora, because Bark has a friend who is Dora the Explorer, "Ah, great queen, take care of Falco Mouse Rings and her family." But Luigi had drawn his sword and cried, "Let them come on! Let them come on! I will scatter them!" But all remained still and quiet under the hearth, as the counselor tied the fat to a fine piece of thread, and set the trap softly down by the glass case. Luigi cried out, "Take care, godfather mechanist, or the Mouse King will play you a trick." And now we're getting an illustration of the earlier part in the book where the Mouse King was fighting with the Woodcracker, the Nutcracker. Also, I've heard that the heads of the Mouse King represent the 7 deadly sins, but I'm not sure how true that is. Lol. That's interesting because it mentioned earlier that the Mouse Queen, who we have made Falco, had 7 cousins who were all slaughtered. I assumed it was in reference to them, but that would be interesting. That actually is an interesting idea to have them represent the 7 deadly sins. But what a night did Bark pass. Something cold as ice tapped me. Right? Yeah. But what a night did Bark pass. Something cold as ice tapped here and there against his arm, and crept rough and hideous upon his cheek, and squeaked and squealed in his ear. The hateful Mouse King sat upon his shoulder. He opened his 7 blood-red mouths, and grating and snapping his teeth, he squeaked and hissed in his ear. "Wise Mouse, is this... this is the Mouse King speaking. Wise mouse, goes not into the house, goes not into the feast like sugar things best. Craft set as naught, will not be caught. Give all new frock, new picture books, all the best, or shall have no rest. I will tear and bite, Nutcracker at night. Hi, hi, Q. Slowly turning Daroch into the G-Man. Bark was full of sorrow and anxiety. He looked very pale and disturbed on the following morning, when Luigi told her that the mouse had not yet been caught. So that that his mother thought that he was grieving for his sugar things, or perhaps was afraid of the mouse. "Do not grieve, dear child," she said. "We will soon get rid of him. If the trap does not answer, Luigi shall bring his gray secretary of legation. As soon as Bark was alone in the sitting room, he stepped to the glass case and sobbing to the Nutcracker. "Oh, my dear good Mr. Vesper, what can I, poor unhappy maiden, do? For if I should give all my picture books and even my new beautiful frock to the hateful mouse, he will ask more and more. And when I have nothing left to give him, he will at last want me instead of you to bite into pieces." As little Bark grieved and sorrowed in this way, he observed a large spot of blood on the Nutcracker's neck, which had been there ever since the battle. Now, after Bark had known that the Nutcracker was young Sherwood Fazbear, because Sherwood's a Fazbear now, the counselor's nephew, he did not carry him any more in his arms, nor dug and kissed him. Thanks for the smooch, Bark. As he used to do. Indeed, he would very seldom move or touch him, but when he saw the spot of blood, he took him carefully from the shelf and commenced rubbing it with his pocket handkerchief. But what was his astonishment when he felt that he suddenly grew warm in his hand and began to move. She put him quickly back upon the shelf again, when behold, his little mouth began to work and twist and move up and down, and at last, with a great deal of labor, he lisped out, "Ah, dearest Bark, excellent friend, now shall I thank you. No picture books, no Christmas frock. Get me a sword. For the rest, Here speech left him, and his eyes, which he began to express the deepest sympathy, began staring and motionless. Bark did not feel the least terror, or on the contrary, he leaped for joy, for he had now found a way to rescue Nutcracker without any more painful sacrifices. But where should he obtain a sword? We're changing it to a halberd, because it was a halberd in the art. Axes are cool. Where should we get the halberd? Gore? In my Nutcracker? Oh, that's actual Sherwood gore. Oh. The meme is real. That's actual gore of my comfort character. Huh. Okay. He told him that all had happened to the Nutcracker and the mouse Kino. Very Kino, so retro. And then BCWD bequid him to furnish the little fellow with a sword, or halberd. Upon no part of the narration did Luigi reflect so long and so earnestly as upon the poor account which he gave him of the bravery of his hussars. He asked once more very seriously if it were so. Bark assured him of it upon his word, when Luigi ran quickly to the glass case, addressed his hussars in a very moving speech, and then, as a punishment for their cowardice, cut their military badges from their caps, and forbade them for a year to play the hussars' grand march. After this, he turned again to Bark, and said, "As to a halberd, I can easily supply the little fellow wittily one, instead of with, because the H's are I's or L's or T's, apparently. I yesterday permitted an old colonel of the cuirassiers to retire upon pension, and consequently he has no further use of his fine sharp halberd." The assofiscate colonel was living on a pension which Luigi had allowed him, in the farthest corner of the third shelf. He was brought out, his fine silver axe taken from him, and buckled about the Nutcracker. Bark could scarcely get to sleep that night. He was so anxious and fearful. About midnight, it seemed to him as if he heard a strange rustling and rattling and slashing in the sitting room. All at once he went, Squeak! The Mouse King! The Mouse... the Mouse King! The Mouse King! Cried Bark, and sprang in his fright out of bed. All was still, but presently he heard a gentle knocking at the door, and a soft voice was heard. Worthiest, best, kindest, Sir Stallbaugh, open the door without fear. Good tidings. Posted a little sketch on Doodle Chat if you want to see and show it whenever. Let me have a look. Sherwood is dying in the poor translation. He is. I'm losing the ability to speak. My tongue is so twisted and tied from the contorted and corrupted writings of this tome that I nary find the ability to properly put into words the astonishment which I feel in my heart of hearts. Ooh! Luna! Luna, you cooked. This is beautiful. This is magnificent, even. This art is the best thing to come out of this cursed book. Here we go. Look at this. We have a proper illustration of Mouse King Daroch with his 7 heads. That's good. That's really good, in fact. We're gonna put them together. There we go. Thank you, Luna. Aspect real good. The hat's trim. I did really fast. His 7 heads are squeakers holding on to him. That's adorable, and I love it. Okay, we're nearing the end. The end is in sight. The end is nigh. I have 15 minutes. Speed read. Bark knew the voice of young Fazbear, so he threw his frock about him and opened the door. Little Nutcracker stood without, with a bloody axe in his right hand and a wax taper in his right hand and a wax taper in his left. As soon as he saw Bark, he bent down on one knee and said, "You, oh sir, you alone it was that filled me with knightly courage, and gave this arm strength to contend with the presumptuous foe who dared to disturb your slumber. The treacherous Mouse King is overcome. He lies bathed in his own blood. Scorn not to receive the tokens of victory from a knight who will remain devout to your service until death." With these words, Nutcracker took off the 7 crowns of the Mouse King, which he had hung upon his left arm, and reached them to... apparently the Mouse King had 7 crowns on his 7 heads. I did not know. And reached them to Bark, who received them with great joy. Nutcracker then arose and said, "Best, kindest Master Stallbawn, you know not what beautiful things I could show you at this moment whilst my enemy lie vanquished. If you, interruption for Nutcracker proclaims his victory over Mouse King, would have been the condescension to follow me for a few steps, or will you not be so kind? Space, question mark, space. Will you not be so good, best, kindest Master Stallbawny v. the Puppet Kingdom? I believe that none of you children would have hesitated for an instant to follow the good, honest Nutcracker, who could never have meditated an evil. Bark consented to follow him, so much the more readily, because he knew what claims he had upon his gratitude, and because he was convinced that he would keep his word, and show him many beautiful things. "I will go with you, Master Vesper," he said, "but it must not be far, and it must not be long, for as yet I have hardly had any sleep." "I will choose then," replied Nutcracker, the nearest, though a more difficult way." He led onward, and Bark followed him, until he stopped before a large antique wardrobe. "We're going to Narnia!" Which stood in the hall. Bark perceived to her astonishment that the doors of this wardrobe, which were always kept locked, now stood wide open, so that she could see her father's fox-furred travel coat. Sherwood fang-skinned Sherwood's brethren to make a coat. What degeneracy lies more within this book. Which huns, it should be hung, in front. Nutcracker clambered very nimbly up the carved figures and ornaments until he could grasp the large tassel which hanged down the back of the coat. As soon as Nutcracker pulled upon the tassel, a neat little stairs of cedar wood stretched down from the sleeve of the traveling coat to the floor. "Ascend, if you please, dearest sir," cried Nutcracker. Bark did so, but scarcely had he gone up the sleeve, scarcely had he seen her way out at the collar, when a dazzling light broke forth upon him, and all at once he stood upon a sweet-smelling meadow, surrounded by millions of sparks, which darted up like flashing jewels. Ah, KG, here's that fantasy fairyland. We really did go to Narnia! We actually did go to Narnia. We stepped through the wardrobe. Where's Aslan? I want to see Mr. Tumnus. We have left spare as long as we can backhand Edmund. You got a deal. You got a deal, Mega. We're gonna smack a child. "We are now upon Candy Meadow," said Nutcracker, "but we will directly pass through yonder gate." When Bark looked up, he saw the beautiful gate which stood a few steps before them upon the meadow. It seemed built of variegated marble, of white, brown, and raisin color. But when Bark came nearer, he perceived that the whole mass consisted of sugar, almonds, and raisins, kneaded and baked together. For which reason the gate, as Nutcracker assured him when they passed through it, was called the Almond and Raisin F-Gate. Why F-Gate? I don't know. It's a lowercase F-Gate. F to pay respects to the gate. Gideon, promoting child abuse since 2024. No, it's just, it's Edmund, that's all. Okay. Teeter deleted a message, and I missed what it was. He had it coming! See, Mega gets it. Okay. Upon a gallery built over the gate, made apparently of barley sugar, there were 6 apes in red jackets who struck up the finest Turkish music which had ever been heard, so that Bark scarcely overheard that they were walking. It's the monkeys, guys! It's Mickey, Davy, Michael, Peter, Ringo, and Paul! Because there's 6 of them. Let's see. Bark scarcely observed that they were walking onward and onward over a rich mosaic, which was nothing else than a pavement of nicely inlaid lozenges. Oh, we found the cough drops. Try not to OD on them, anyone. Very soon, the sweetest odors streamed around them, which were wafted from a wonderful little wood that opened on each side before then it should be them. There it shone and sparkled so among the dark leaves, and the golden silvery fruit could plainly be seen hanging from their gaily colored stems, while the trunks and branches were ornate with ribbons and nosegays. What a nosegay is, I have no clue. There's a colon afterwards, which tells me it's another fun mistype. And when orange perfume stirred and moved like a soft breeze, how it rustled anions. Anions. Sorry, what was that, Giddles? I was already consumed 15 cough drops. KG, no! It's too many cough drops! The boughs and leaves and golden fruit rocked and rattled in merry music, to which the bright dancing sparkles kept time. Ooh, ah, ting-tang, walla-walla, bang-bang? How delightful it is here, P, cried Bark. P, just the letter P is here. Entranced in happiness. Giddles, the knockoff of Skittles. We are in the Christmas wood, best, sir, said Nutcracker. Ah, I could but linger here a while, cried Bark. Oh, it is too charming. Sherwood, Nutcracker, clapped his hands, and some little shepherds and shepherdesses and huntresses came near, who were so delicate, canned white, K-A-N-D, white. I would assume, no, I have no clue what that's supposed to say, that they seemed to be made of pure sugar. In America, first you get the sugar, then you get the money, then you get the power, then you get the women. They brought a dainty little armchair, all of gold, laid upon it a green cushion of candied citron, and invited Bark very politely to sit down. He did so, and immediately the shepherds and shepherdesses danced a very pretty ballet, while the hunters very obligingly blew their horns, and they all disappeared again in the bushes. Pardon, kindness, young Stallbaum, said Nutcracker. The dance was miserably performed, but the people all belonged. To our company of wire dancers, and they can do nothing but the same thing. They are deficient in variety, and the hunters blew so dull and lazily. But shall we not walk a little farther? I'm having a stroke. I think I really am. I think it's finally happening. I think I'm finally losing my mind. It was very pretty and pleased me very much, said Bark, as he rose and followed the Nutcracker. They now walked along by a soft rustling brook, out of which all the sweet perfumes seemed to arise, which filled the whole wood. This is the faces of evil. No, this is the orange brook, said Nutcracker, but its fine perfumes accepted. It cannot compare either in size or beauty with lemonade kiver. I would assume that's supposed to be river, which, like it, empties into Orgate Lake. In fact, Bark very soon heard a loud rustling and dashing, and then beheld the broad lemonade Iver. First, it was lemonade kiver, K-I-V-E-R, then it's lemonade Iver, E-I-V-E-R, which rolled in proud cream-colored billows between banks covered with bright green bushes. A refreshing coolness arose out of its noble waves. Not far off, a dark yellow stream dragged itself lazily along, but it gave forth a very sweet odor, and great number of little children sat on the shore, angling for little fish, which they ate up as soon as they caught. They were very ravenous children. They eat the fish. That's liver? No, it's Ivor. And you know what? It's the lemonade river. It's the liver. It's decided upon. It's the liver. When Bark came nearer, he observed that these fish were shaped like peanuts. Circus peanut fish! At a distance, I was going to say they were Swedish fish first, but no, they're circus peanuts now. There was a very neat little village on the borders of this stream. Houses, churches, parsonages, barns were all dark brown, but many of the roofs were gilded, and some of the walls were painted so strangely that it seemed as if little sugar plums and bits of citron were stuck upon them. I was about to say, they're gingerbread houses, and then Sherwood's like, that's Gingerbreadville. Gee, I wonder what kind of people live there. Which lies on Molasses River. Oh, that's why it's like a yellowish hue. Very pretty people live in it. But we're in Candyland. Where's the Molasses Swamp? Where's the Peppermint Woodsman with his candy cane axe? He's cool. I remember him. But they're very ill-tempered because they suffer a good deal with toothache, and so we will not visit it. At this moment, Bark observed a little town in which the houses were clear and transparent, and of different colors, which was a very pleasant sight. S-I, upside down V thing, HT, to look at. Nutcracker went straight forward towards it, and now Bark heard a very merry clatter, and saw 1,000 tiny little figures walking around, some heavily laden wagons, which had stopped in the market. These they unloaded, and what they took out looked like sheets of colored paper and chocolate cakes. "We are now in Bonbon Town," said Nutcracker. "An importation has just arrived from Paperland." Please, Mario, please, save us. Use the crystal stars, Mario, save us. "And from King Chocolate." Where's the Chestnut King? Where's Princess Eclair? Is Luigi gonna come over with the marvelous compass and save the day? That'd be nice. I would like that. "Towns are often terribly threatened by the armies of General Fly and Gnat, for which reasons they fortify their houses with stout materials from Paperland, and throw up fortifications of strong bulwarks, which King Chocolate sends to them. But worthiest Master Stahlbaum, we will not visit all the little towns and villages of this land. To the capital! To the capital! Capital I, and then a number 1. End of quote. It is 11:59. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22. We have 22 pages left. Mario isn't immune to Google Translate. Book of Door, the Book of Mario, thousands of doors. That's true. What was Koops' name? Koops was, his name was like Lead or something, I forget. Alright. I'm going to leave this up to you guys, because I know some of you probably want to go to bed, and I'm not going to hold you hostage. So yes or no, I'm making a poll. Yes or no, do we drop the funny names and voices and just start booking it through this? Maybe call it there. I think we've all had enough of the mind frickery for one night. Maybe. The poll is showing no votes. 1 vote, yes. Two votes, yes. 3 votes. 1 says no. I'm free and this is hilarious to me. 4. Alright. It's the midnight special. Get ready for the express. Are you ready? Chattanooga choo-choo, won't you choo-choo me home? It's time for the speed run. The lake which Godfather Drosselmeyer was once going to make for me. I myself am the maiden who is to fondle and caress the dear swans. Nutcracker laughed in a scornful manner, such as Maria had never observed in him before, and then said, Godfather Drosselmeyer can never make anything like this. You yourself rather, sweet Miss Stahlbaum, but we will not trouble our heads about that. Let us sail across the Rose Lake to the capital. The capital. Nutcracker clapped his little hands together again. When the Rose Lake began to dash louder, the waves rolled higher, and Maria perceived a car of shells. A car of shells. Ah, yes. Beep, beep. Covered with bright, sparkling, gay-colored jewels, their rainbow-covered, moving towards them in the distance, drawn by the 2 golden-scaled dolphins. 12 of the loveliest little Moors, with caps and aprons braided on a hummingbird's feather, leaped upon the shore and carried, first, Marin. Her name is Marin, guys. You remember Marin from Lon Lon Ranch in Ocarina of Time? Her name is Marin now. The entire book up to this point, she has been Maria, but now she's Marin. The Nutcracker is Link. You mean Marlon? Malin. Isn't her name, or is her older sister Marin? I know there's a Marin in Zelda somewhere. I know there's Malin and... Oh, wait, no, Marin is the older sister in... Oh, in Majora's Mask, I think. Maybe. I don't know. And then the Nutcracker, with a soft gliding step, over the waves and placed them in the car. Get in the car, kids. We're putting Marin and the dolphins in the car. Beep, beep, vroom, vroom. Get in the punch buggy. We're going to town. Get in, losers. We're going to the Nutcracker's Candy Kingdom. Which straight away began to move across the lake. Oh, how delightful it was, as Maria sailed along with a rosy air and the rosy waves breathed and dashed around her. The two golden-scaled dolphins rised up their heads and spouted clear crystal streams out of their nostrils, high, high in the air, which fell down again in 1,000 quivering, flashing rainbows. See, it really was gaily colored. And it seemed as the two small silver voices, Sans, out. Sans is here. I'm doing the Sans voice. Who sails upon the rosy lake? The little fairy, awake, awake. Music and songs, bim, bim, fishes, sim, sim. Comma, and then like 5 spaces. Swans, tweet, tweet. Birds, whiz, whiz. Breezes, rustling. Lanane, singing, blowing. A fae, F-A-I-I-Y. Oh-er, that's an actual word. Oh-er, like ne'er-do-well. The waves is going. Rosy billows, murmuring, playing, dashing, cooling the air. Roll along. No, we're going to flickies. We're going to flickies. Quit focusing on semantics. Go. But the sinnin of the falling fountains did not seem to please the 12 little Moors who were seated up behind the car, for they shook their parasols so hard that the palm trees of which they were made rattled and clattered, and they stamped their feet in a very strange time, and sang clap and clip and clip and clap, backwards and forwards, up and down. Moors are a merry folk, said Nutcracker, somewhat disturbed. Moors are a merry folk, somewhat disturbed. They're a little nutty. Not that the Nutcracker is one to talk, but they will make the whole lake rebellious. And very soon they arose a confused din of strange voices, which seemed to float in the sea and in air, but Maria did not heed them, for she was gazing on the sweet-scented rosy waves, out of which the face of the charming little maiden smiled upon her. Ah! She cried joyfully, and she struck her hands together. Look, dear Master Drosselmeyer, there is Prince Perlipat, Goofy, down in the water. Oh, how sweet she smiles upon me. Why is Goofy in the water? I don't know. Nutcracker sighed quite sorrowfully and said, "Oh, kindest Miss Stahlbaum, that is not Princess Goofy. It is you. It is your own lovely face that smiles so sweetly out on the rose lake." Upon this, Maria drew her head back very quickly, put her hands before her face, and her hands. She's not the 7-headed Mouse King. Maybe she is the 7-headed Mouse King. I don't know. In this book, nothing is real. The universe is reality is an illusion, something, buy gold, buy. Bill Cipher, please help. Beautiful even than the Christmas wood. It was so brightly and sparkling. What was the most wonderful in it were the strange fruits that hung upon the trees, which were not only curiously colored, but gave out also every kind of sweet odor. We're in Sweetmeat Grove! Oh Lord, Gideon is not ready for the flying vine swings. What do you mean, flying vine swings? Vine swings, said Nutcracker. Oh, that's right. Reality is a hologram. The universe is an illusion. Buy gold, buy! That's what I was thinking of. But yonder, it is the capital! And what a sight! How I can venture, dear children, to describe the beauty and splendor of the city which now displayed itself in Maria's eyes, upon the broad flowery meadow before them, ? Not only did the walls and towers glitter with the gayest colors, again rainbows, but the style of, there's no space between style of is a compound word now, to lie buildings, was like nothing ever else that is to be found in the world. Instead of roofs, the houses had diadems set upon them, braided and twisted in the daintiest manner, and the towers were crowned with variegated trellis work, and hung with festoons the most beautiful that ever were seen. As they passed through the gate, which looked as if it were built of macaroons and candied fruits, silver soldiers presented arms, and a little man in a brocade dressing gown threw himself upon Nutcracker's neck with the words, "Welcome, best prince! Welcome to Confectionville!" This is the place that Homer witnessed while talking to the Swedish guys. Maria was not a little astonished to her young Drosselmeyer, called a prince by such distinguished men, but she now heard such a hubbub of little voices, a huzzah and laughter, and such a singing and playing, that she could think of nothing else, and turned to Nutcracker to ask him what it all meant. "Oh, worthiest Miss Stahlbaum, it is nothing uncommon in Confectionville. The Confectionville is a populous and merry city. Thus, it goes here every day. Let us walk farther, if you please. Come on, chop, chop. We've got a tight schedule to keep. Come on, here we go." They had only gone a few steps when they came to the great marketplace, which presented a wonderful sight. All the houses around were of sugared filigree work. Gallery was built over gallery, and in the midst stood a tall obelisk of white and red sugared cream, while 4 curious sweet fountains played in the air of ornate lemonade, mead, and sugar water. Mead. Children should not be drinking the mead. And in the great basin were soft bruised fruits, mixed with the sugar and cream, and touched by little by the frost. Get in the pear bruiser. Naughty children will be placed in the pear bruiser. But prettier than all those were the charming little people, who by thousands pushed and squeezed, knocked their heads together, huzzaed, laughed, jested, and sang, who all raised indeed that merry din that Maria had heard in the distance. Here were beautiful dressed men and women, this is a real word and I'm struggling to say it, Armenians and Greeks, Jews and Tyrolese, officers and soldiers, preachers, shepherds, and harlequins. In short, all the people that can possibly be found in the world. Yep, the 8 types of people to be found in the world. Armenians, Greeks, Jews, Tyrolese, officers, soldiers, preachers, shepherds, and harlequins. As we all know, those are the 8 type of people that exist. On one corner, the tumult increased. The people rocked and reeled in the clear way. For just that moment, the Grand Mogul, who carried by in a palanquin, attended by 93 grandees of the kingdom, and seven what? Zelda's my what? 100 slaves? Why are there slaves? What? Huh? On the opposite corner, the fishermen, 500 strong, were march in procession, and happened very unfortunately that the Grand Turk took it into his head just then to ride over to the marketplace, where 3,000 janissaries, beside which a long train came from the festival of sacrifices, with sounding music singing "Up and Thank the Mighty Sun," and pushed Starlight on for the obelisk. Then what a squeezing, and a pushing, and a rattling, and a clattering. By and screaming was heard, for a fisherman had knocked off a Brahmin's head in the crowd. I don't know what's happening anymore. I don't know if I'm awake, or if I'm asleep, or if the pizza I had for dinner was laced with some strange substance, but it's all happening. You did this to yourself, Gideon, the wildest book you've read on this channel. You did this to yourself, I know. I chose this. When I was a kid, Mannheim Steamroller's version of Dance of the Sugar Plum Fairy was one of my favorite Christmas songs, and I was listening to it a bunch while working on art for this. I don't think I am ever going to be able to hear that song the same way again. Like, the part with Little Maria and the Mouse King made sense, and now we derailed. Yeah. I don't. We're close to the end. Let's keep going. Chop chop. Come on, schedule to keep. That's the way we do it on the Polar Express. Okay. They had commenced to beat and strike each other when the man in the brocade dressing gown, who had called Nutcracker a prince at the gate, clambered up to the obelisk, and having thrice pulled a little bell, called out 3 times, "Concifer! Concifer! Concifer!" The tumult was immediately appeased. Each one tried to help himself as well as he could, and after the confused train and processions were set in order, and the dirt upon the great Mughals' clothes were brushed off, and the Brahmin's head was put back on, because you can just put somebody's head back on. Just slap that on, put a little bit of flex tape, bada bing, around his throat, and he's good to go, baby! And the Brahmin's head was put on again. The former hubbub began anew. What did they mean by close parentheses Concifer, good Master Drosselmeyer V? Asked Maria. Ah, best Miss Stahlbaum, replied Nutcracker. By Concifer, it is meant an unknown but very fearful power, which confisure is the word. Which they believe can do with them as he pleases. It is the fate that rules over this merry little people, and they fear it so much that the mere mention of the name is able to still the greatest tumult. Each one then thinks no longer of anything earthly, of cuffs and kicks and broken heads, but retires within himself and says, "What are we, and what is our destiny? What is my life? What is this book? I think I'm going to need to start crying out the word Concifer, because I'm beginning to question reality and my existence as a human being." Okay, I'm going to head out. Work is going to be mayhem. Night, everyone. Have a wonderful night, Mario Simpson. Thank you for tuning in and enduring this. Have a wonderful day at work tomorrow. Thank you for tuning in. Maria could not refrain from a loud exclamation of surprise and wonder, as all at once they stood before a castle glimmering with rosy light and crowned with 100 airy towers, beautiful nosegays of violets, still have no clue what that is, narcissus, tulips, and dahlias. Dahlias are actually one of my favorite flowers, fun fact, were hung about the walls, and their dark glowing colors only heightened the dazzling rose-tinted white ground upon which they were fastened. The large cupola of center buildings and sloping roofs of the towers were spangled with 1,000 gold and silver stars. "We are now in front of the Marzipan Castle," said Nutcracker. Maria was completely lost in adoration of this magical place. Yet it did not escape her that one of the large towers was without a roof, while little men were moving around it upon a scaffolding of cinnamon. Oh, this is the castle that creepy Uncle Freddy Fazbear built and brought to us at the beginning of the book. Cool. As if busied in repairing it, but before she had time to inquire about it, Nutcracker continued. Not long ago, this beautiful castle was threatened with serious injury, if not with entire destruction. The giant Sweet Tooth came. There's so much lore. There's so much lore that's just being dumped. Lore dump after lore dump after lore dump. I feel like the nostalgia critic whenever he sings his funny little exposition song. Exposition, exposition. When like characters just start talking about the world and its history. Okay. Not long ago, the beautiful castle was threatened by a serious injury. If not, the giant sweet tooth came in and bit off the roof of yonder tower and was gnawing upon the great cupola. When the people of the Confectionville is now 2 separate words, gave up to him a full quarter of the castle and a considerable portion of Sweetmeat Grove as tribute with which he contented himself and went his way. At this moment, soft music was heard. I could really use some soft music right about now. The doors of the palace opened, and 12 little pages, marched out with lightened cloves, which they carried in their hands like torches. Each of their heads was a pearl. Their bodies were made of rubies and emeralds, and they walked upon feet, casting upon feet. Well, I'm glad to know they walked on feet, opposed to walking on hands or arms or, extended leg hairs. Cast out of pure gold, 4 ladies followed them, almost as tall as Maria's Clara. Clara was Henry Gaming, by the way, for context. But so richly and splendidly dressed that she saw in a moment that they were princesses born. They embraced Nutcracker in the tenderest manner and cried with joyful sobs, "Oh, my prince, oh, my brother, the number 1, quotation mark ends." Nutcracker, who for a second I thought was spelled Nutcracker, seemed very much moved. He wiped tears out of his eyes, then took Maria by the hand and said with great emotion, "This is Miss Maria Stahlbaum, the daughter of much respected and very wise physician, and she is the preserver of my life. Had she not thrown her shoe at the right time, had she not supplied me with the sword of the pensioned colonel, I should now be lying in my grave, torn and bitten to pieces by the terrible Mouse King. View her, gaze upon her, and tell me if Prilipat, although a princess by birth, can compare with her in beauty, goodness, and virtue. No, I say, no, I." End of quote. And all the ladies cried out, "Now!" and then fell upon Maria's neck, ouch, exclaiming, "Ah, clever preserver of the prince, our beloved brother, charming Miss Maria Stahlbaum." We're almost there. The end is in sight. There's only a few pages left. Her name is supposed to be Marie, according to some internet sources. That actually lines up with things I had, other renditions of the Nutcracker I have briefly seen. She now accompanied these ladies and the Nutcracker into the castle and entered a room, the walls of which were bright-colored crystals. But all of the beautiful things which Maria saw here were pleased her most, the nice little chairs, sofas, secretaries, and bureaus, with which the room was furnished, and which with all the cedar of Brazil wood, of all the ornamented with gold flowers. The princesses made Maria and the Nutcracker sit down, and said they were coming, immediately prepared something for them to eat. They then brought out a great many little cups and saucers, and plates and dishes, all the finest porcelain, and spoons, knives, and forks, and graters, kettles, pans, and other kitchen furniture, all of the gold and silver. Then they brought the finest fruits and sugar things, such as Maria had never seen before, and began the nicest manner to squeeze the fruits with their little snow-white hands, and to pound the spice, and grate the sugar almonds, in short, so to turn the handle everything, that Maria could see how well the princesses had been brought up, and what a delicious meal they were preparing. As she desired very much to learn such things, she could not help wishing to herself that she might assist the princesses in their labor. The most beautiful of the Nutcracker sisters, as if she had guessed Maria's secret thoughts, reached her a little golden mortar, saying, "Oh, sweet friend, dear preserver of my brother, will you not pound a little of the sugary candy? While Maria pounded in the mortar, Nutcracker began to give a full account of his adventures, of the dreadful battle between his army and the little Mouse King, he is so small, and how he had lost it by the terrible cowardice of his troops, they were so cowardly. How the terrible Mouse King lay in wait to buy... Daroch is just... May I point out that this entire time, Daroch is just bleeding out on the floor in the house in a pool of his own blood. Are we gonna clean that up? Is he just still there? Maybe Luigi came and found him. I don't know. While Maria pounded the who had entered his service, and all just as it happened. During the narration, it seemed to Maria as if his words became less and less audible, and the pounding of her mortar also sounded more and more distant, until she could scarcely hear it. She was going deaf. Oh no, somebody get the hearing aid. Presently she saw a silver gauze before her, in which the princesses, the pages, the Nutcracker, and herself too were all enveloped. This was all a giant trick, wasn't it? Maria is high as a kite right now, isn't she? This is still the surgery. This is still the surgery after she broke her arm on the glass, isn't it? She's coked out, isn't she? A singular humming and a rustling and a singing was heard, which seemed to die away in the distance, and now Maria was raised up as if upon mounting waves, higher and higher, higher and higher, higher and higher. The conclusion, in all caps. P! The sentence just starts with P. Puff it went. Maria... Oh... They got Maria on the wacky tobacco. Maria fell down from an immeasurable height. She really was high. That was a fall. But she opened her eyes, and there she lay upon her little bed. It was bright. Clay, and it was bright day. And her mother stood by her, saying, "How can you sleep so long? Breakfast has been ready this great while." You now perceive, kind readers and listeners, that Maria, completely confused by the wonderful things she had seen, had at last fallen asleep in the rooms of the Marzipan Castle, and that the Moors or pages, or perhaps even the princesses themselves, must have carried her home and laid her softly in bed. Oh, mother, dear mother, you cannot think where young Master Drosselmeyer led me last night, and what beautiful things I have seen. I swear, it's the 1800s. Maria, you are on a fast course to getting yourself accidentally locked in a padded room, my girl. And then she began and told the whole, almost as accurately as I have related it, while her mother listened in astonishment. When she had finished, her mother said, You've had a very long and beautiful dream, but now drive it all out of your head." Maria insisted upon it that she had not dreamed, but she actually had seen the things. "And you were there, and you were there, and you were there. It's the Wizard of Oz. I was originally gonna read the Wizard of Oz for Christmas this year. Oops, it looks like I did anyway. But now drive it all out of your head, Maria. Maria insisted upon that she had actually not dreamed, and she had actually seen what she had related. When her mother led her into the sitting room, to the glass case, took the Nutcracker out, who was standing, as usual, upon the second shelf, and she said, "Silly child, how can you believe that this wooden Nuremberg puppet can have life or motion thee?" "But, dear mother," replied Maria, "I know little Nutcracker is young Master Drosselmeyer of Nuremberg, Godfather Drosselmeyer's nephew." Then her father and mother both laughed very heartily. "Ah, dear father," said Maria, almost crying, "you should not laugh so at my Nutcracker. He has spoken very well of you, for when we entered Marzipan Castle and he presented to his sisters and princesses, he said you were very respected and very much a physician," and this laughter was still louder, and Louise and Fred joined in. Maria then ran into the other chamber and took 7 crowns off the mouse kino. The 7 crowns of the mouse kino out of her little box, brought them in and handed Tlechem, Tlechem, to her mother, saying, "See here, dear mother, here are the 7 crowns. The 7 srowns! The seven srowns, SROWNS, of the Mouse King, which young Master Drosselmeyer gave me last night as a token of his victory." Her mother examined the little crowns in great astonishment. They were made of a strange but very shiny metal, and were so delicately woven they were made out of gold-painted tinfoil. Then it seemed impossible that mortal hands could have formed them. Her father, likewise, could not have gazed enough at them, but he insisted very seriously that Maria should confess how she obtained them, but she could give no other account to them, and kept firm what she had said. And as her father spoke very harshly to her, and even began calling her a little storyteller, "This book is horrible. The father is mean to the child." "Oh, what then?" She began to cry bitterly and said, "Oh, what then shall I be, At this moment, the door opened. The counselor entered and exclaimed, "What's this? What's this? There's white stuff in the air. What's this? What's this? What's this? F the doctor told me all that has happened." And it showed him the little crowns. As soon as the counselor cast his eyes on them, he laughed and cried, stupid pack. These are the very crowns which I used to wear on my little watch chain years ago, and which I gave to little Maria on her birthday, when she was 2 years old. Don't you remember them? Space, question mark. Neither father nor mother could remember them. But when Maria saw that her parents had forgotten their anger, she ran to Godfather Drosselmeyer and said, tell me about it, Godfather Drosselmeyer. Tell them yourself that my Nutcracker is your nephew, the young Master Drosselmeyer of Nuremberg, and that it was he who has given me the crowns. The counselor's face turned very dark and grave, and he muttered, stupid pack. Upon this, the doctor took little Maria upon his knee and said very seriously, listen to me, Maria, once and for all. Drive your foolish dreams and nonsense out of your head. If I ever is now a compound word, hear you say again that the silly, ugly Nutcracker is the nephew of your godfather Drosselmeyer, I will throw him out of the Winclow, not the window, the Winclow, and all the rest of your puppets, Miss Clara not accepted. Gideon, you haven't even seen it yet. Seen what? Of this journey. This literal trip we've been on, I don't know what could shock me any more than what we've borne witness to tonight. Poor Maria durst not speak. Durst. D-U-R-S-T. Not speak of all these wonders. But she thought so much the more. Her whole soul was full of them, for you may have imagined that things so fine and beautiful as these which she had seen are not easily forgotten. Even Fred turned his back upon his sister whenever she spoke of the wonderful kingdom in which she had been so happy, and it is said that he sometimes would mutter between his teeth, silly goose, she got too silly. But that I can hardly believe of. So amiable and so good-natured a fellow. Ah, yes, Fred is so amiable and good-natured. He's the most spoiled freaking brat in this house. Longer believed a word of what Maria had told him. He had a formal apology to his hussars on public parade for the injustice which he had done them. So let me get this straight. Maria insists that this dream she had about the Nutcracker and the Mouse King is like all real and really happened, and she's told that she's crazy. Meanwhile, Freddy boy over here is allowed to command his little toy soldiers and have them march on a parade and apologize to them, and he's the sane one. Maria was not allowed then to speak any more. Oh wait, I skipped some stuff. Much finer and taller than those of which they had been delivered, and permitted them again to blow the Hussars' Grand March. Aha! We know best how it stood with their courage, for when those hateful balls spotted their red coats. Maria was not allowed then to speak any more of her adventures, but the images of that wonderful fairy kingdom played about in her sweet rustling tones. Tones? She could bring them all back again whenever she fixed her thoughts steadfastly upon them, and hence it came that instead of playing, as she formerly did, she would sit silent and thoughtful, musing within herself, for which reason the rest would often scold her, and call her a little dreamer. Mood. Some time after this, it happened that the counselor was busy repairing a clock at Dr. Stahlbaum's house. Maria sat close by the glass case, lost in her dreams, was gazing at the Nutcracker, when the words broke from her lips involuntarily. Ah, dear Master Drosselmeyer, if you actually were living, I would not behave like Princess Priapat, but slight you, because for my sake you had ceased to be a handsome young man. At this, the counselor screamed, Hey! Hey, stupid pack! Then there was a clap and a knock so loud that Maria sank from her chair in swoon. When she came to herself, her mother was busied about Her mother was busied about her, and said, "How came such great girl to fall from her chair? Here is Godfather Drosselmeyer's nephew, just arrived from Nuremberg. Come, behave like a little woman, I." End of quotations. She looked up. The counselor had put on his glass wig again, his brown coat. He was smiling very pleasantly, and had held by the hand a little but very well-shaped young man. His face was as white as silk, and as red as blood. He wore a handsome red coat, trimmed with gold, and shoes of white silk stockings. In his buttonhole was sunk a nosegay. Still no clue what that is. His hair was nicely powdered and curled, and down his back there hung... there hung... H-N-N-G, there hung... a magnificent queue. The sword by his side seemed to be made of nothing but jewels. It flashed and sparkled so brightly, and the little hat which he carried under his arm looked as if it were overlaid with soft silken flakes. It was very soon appeared how polite and well-bred the young man was, for he had brought Maria a great many handsome playthings, like nicest gingerbread, the same sugar figures which the Mouse King had bitten to pieces, and for Fred he had brought a splendid saber. We're almost there. 2 more pages. Guys, I can see the end. I can literally see the end on the next page. At table, the little fellow cracked nuts for the whole company. The hardest could not resist him. With the right hand he put them in his mouth. With the left he pulled hard upon his... What? With the left he pulled hard upon his cue, and crack, the nut fell in pieces. Maria... He's real. He's... Of course. No, of course he's real. Of course he's real. Very red when she first saw the handsome young man, and she became still redder when after dinner young Drosselmeyer invited her to go with him into the sitting room to the glass case. "Play prettily together, children. I have nothing against it, since all my clocks are going," cried Counselor. Scarcely was Maria along with young Dross-Sahenheier when he stooped upon one knee and said, space, "Oh, my very best Miss Stahlbaum, you see here at your feet the happy Drosselmeyer, whose life you saved on the very spot. You said most amiably that you would not slight me, like the hateful Princess Pirilliplat. If I had someone ugly for your sake, from that moment I ceased to be miserable Nutcracker, and resumed again my old and, I hope, not disagreeable figure. Oh, excellent Miss Bonnie! Her name is now Bonnie. Benui. Make me happy with your dear hand. Share with me the crown and the kingdom. Rule with me in Marzipan Castle, for there I still am king." Maria raised the youth. She said softly, "Dear Master Drosselmeyer, you are a kind, good-natured young man, and since you rule in such a charming land, among such pretty, merry people, I will be your bride." With this, Maria immediately became Drosselmeyer's betrothed bride. She is 7 years old. After a year and a day he came, as I have heard, and carried her away in a golden chariot, drawn by silver horses, that danced at wedding 22,000 of the most splendid... They are literal children. Thousands of the most splendid figures adorned with pearls and diamonds, and Maria, it is said, is at the hour queen of the land, where sparkling Christmas woods, transparent Marzipan Castle, in short, where the most beautiful, the most wonderful things can be seen by those who only have eyes for them. The end. Printed in the USA. Ladies and gentlemen, my dear friends, for the past 4.5 hours, we have endured an acid trip. I genuinely thought, I will end shortly. I just want to share some quick thoughts. This was somehow longer than waiting for the school day to be over. Please tell me the cherry on top is that the copyright date is from the year that doesn't exist yet. No. You need to understand. In the back of this book, it says printed in the USA, CPSI information can be obtained at www.icgtesting.com. There is no date. There's a barcode on the back of this book. There's no dates. There's nothing. There's no forward. There's nothing. There's nothing. The last page. There are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 blank pages in the back of this book. In my possession, I own a cursed artifact. I think this is from the Nutcracker's Fever Dream Kingdom. I think this is from the Candy Kingdom. This is real. It's all real. It was always real. Okay. I thought that the direction that this story was going to go in, I thought it was going to be allegorical. I thought it was going to be a cautionary tale about greed and about being greedy and not being grateful for the things you have. I thought it was going to be very much so a Beauty and the Beast type situation with the greedy young prince and whatnot. And I thought sort of, the brother Fred, who made Luigi, and then Maria, who was, Bark. I thought the whole thing was going to be to show how they were these rotten, greedy children, and they had rotten, greedy parents who stashed and stored away the wonderful gifts bequeathed upon them by their dear godfather that he had worked tirelessly and effortlessly to make, and that they did not truly appreciate his craftsmanship and the things that he had created by simply locking them away in a cabinet and never enjoying them, and that it was going to be this wonderful cautionary tale, and that's where the Nutcracker and the Mouse King were going to come in, and the Mouse King was going to be this proverbial beast of greed that was going to be taking things and stealing things and robbing them of their joy as they had robbed themselves. And instead we had, instead we got the closest thing that I will likely ever encounter to a bad drug trip. Maybe it's written in invisible ink. Perhaps it is. Instead, we have a curse. Correct. Instead, we have something else. Do you want to know something? Please, enlighten me. Tell me something, KG. I need to know. I know there's a second version of this book that is more directly based off of Tchaikovsky's ballet. Part of me wants to track down now that version and read it and see how different, if not maybe better, it is. On the other hand, part of my brain, the part of my brain that is called self-preservation, for the sake of my own well-being, says, Gideon, do not touch another Nutcracker book with a 50-foot pole. Oh. Gideon, you gonna sleep okay tonight? No. Yes, I'm gonna sleep just fine tonight. I'm tired. Okay, well, KG, if you have something to tell me, go right ahead. The part of my brain called sanity says I'm insane. The original Nutcracker prince, Sergei Legat, fell out with authorities and slit his throat. The ballet and its dancers were all but forgotten. Excuse me? Oh. So do we have the good ending, the bad ending, or the weird ending? Huh.
That's what a way to end the story. What a golly, Merry Christmas, everybody. Merry Christmas, everybody. I am Well then, for as absolutely bizarre and unfathomable as this has been, I would have never... Merry Crisis indeed. For I would have never imagined this was going to take the turns that it did. And yet here we are. And you know what? It was weird. It was insane. But I had fun with it. And I hope you had fun with it. This was hilarious. This was yeah. This was incredible. I hope you all enjoyed it very much, as I did. I hope you all. I'm gonna go now. May visions of sugar plums now dance in your heads, and hopefully they won't be horrifying. It is long beyond time for me to go. Thank you very much, as always, for tuning in, ladies and gentlemen. I hope you have a blessed and wonderful night. And as always, as we say in the cartoons, Merry Christmas, and that's all, folks!